We're about to start in a couple of minutes, but we've just had the air raid alarm that has started. I think that everyone has seen that. But like this hole we are in is classified as shelter as well, so you can stay calm. But still, if you feel anxious or if you feel endangered, so you can actually go to the nearest metro station that is the closest by. So we still continue working as we have planned. So we are in a sheltered premise. Just for you to be calm, I just wanted you to say that this very specific place we are in is classified as shelter. And we're about to start in a couple of minutes. So we're about to start, and I hope that all of our guests, our participants, our colleagues are going to join us throughout the day today. I just wanted to once again repeat my announcement. We had the air raid alarm right now, but we are in a premise that is classified as a shelter. So we are going to be continuing our work from this premise. So we would like to start our sixth International Congress Organic Ukraine that is being held during the martial law. I wanted to give just 1 minute for our organizational team to start our events today. Our moderators, please welcome Anastasia Bilic, Yulia Voroshchuk, Andrei Olefirenko, and Victoria Kuzmanko. I'm going to pass them the floor because the Congress Organic Ukraine is an event that is needed for the businesses that has been initiated. Has been supported by our key partners. It has been supported by the Ministry of Agriculture. This event is being supported by the Ministry of Agriculture. It has been supported by the Swiss Confederation and the Program for the Development of the Organic Trade with the added value in the organic sector, and has been also supported by the joint project between Ukraine and Germany for the organic agriculture support. We're really grateful to all of the participants of this project, all of the supporters, and everyone who has joined us today. in partnership together with the Office for the Entrepreneurial Development and the Oxford Development, together with the Organic Standard, which is the certifying body, we have created a great program for us to follow. And I do hope that we will all become the participants of a fruitful dialogue today. We have a lot of improvisation and we're about to start. I would like to pass the floor to each one of you just for a minute, just even less. Okay, so that's very, very cool that we have been able to meet offline because we have been through COVID, through war, and it's a pleasure for me to see everyone who were able to join us here in Kyiv, and even despite the air raid alarm, to have the good mood today. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. You have just stolen my words from my mouth. I'm really happy that we were able to see everyone here. I know there's a lot of topics that we wanted to discuss. There's a lot of interesting and maybe new topics that we're about to discuss. So I wish us a good day. So by the way, I didn't like that what we said, like, COVID, war, and something else. We don't even know what else might happen. But actually, thank you very much. And we're really grateful to the, first of all, Armed Forces of Ukraine. It's because of the Armed Forces of Ukraine that helped us to have this event here today. So we're really grateful to our defense, to our military forces, because we trust them that much. So we can get together right now to talk about the development of Ukraine, about the development and continuation of the business conduct. So I hope we will all have productive day today, despite of all of the other obstacles. The one thing that we mentioned, I really want us to have the victory and to celebrate the victory, the strong victory of Ukraine as soon as possible. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure that we have got together. It's a great pleasure that we have got together despite all of the obstacles. That's really good that we all are here today. I really hope that this event is going to be for the best of all of us. Thank you. So the initiators, they've spoken about their expectations and they will have their panels, they will have their time to discuss it. And now I would like to start our official introductory words, and I would like to invite the first Deputy Minister of Agricultural Policy of Ukraine. Please welcome Taras Vysotsky. Please, so you'll have the mic as well. I also would like to invite Viktor Shutkevich, who is the Deputy Director of Collaboration from the Embassy of Switzerland in Ukraine. And we have online our long-term partner. We're going to have Stefan Dressmann, the head of the cooperation in organic agriculture, the joint project between Germany and Ukraine. And in the end, we're going to hear some words from the armed forces of Ukraine, because we do believe on behalf of the organizers, it's very important for all of us to be able to hear the collaboration between the two fronts, the military fronts and the agricultural front. So please, Taras, we'll start with you. So good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm really happy that we have this opportunity to join you, at least at the very introduction session of this conference. We know that the organic community is very cool, is very active. It is a pleasure for me. That's basically, I have met all of you in a month ago when we have talked about the international standards. We know that we have a lot of people here in Ukraine, and it's a very good understanding that we have a lot of patriots who are working in their sector, who are using every opportunity for the further on development. But the most important thing, they are staying with what they're doing in Ukraine. We understand that the organic sector has a lot of perspective and a lot of things to cover. We understand that the war has brought us with a lot of challenges. We will need some time to work with those challenges as well. And no one is stopping during this development. I do believe that it was very interesting that my colleagues from the ministries, from the corresponding departments are going to be with you. We're going to have the discussion. We're going to have the report as well. The legislation is being updated. We're trying to take into consideration the martial law challenges that we currently have. We're trying to move forward. We understand that the The most important goal for us is to have the victory as soon as possible. We understand that we have the European integration as one of our next challenges and goals. We understand it's really hard to combine those goals, but we have no other choice. We need to win. We need to really, once again be able to rebuild ourselves, and we need to become a European country as well. For organic sector, we understand that we're going to have a lot of benefits joining the European Union. We're going to have better access to the markets. So I do hope that this benefit is going to be used by you for the best. But in order for us to receive the experience and to have the experience of others, to build up synergies, it's important for us to have this kind of platforms that Organic Ukraine has created today for us offline. So this is something that gives us the opportunity to have the multiplied development effect. So I do hope that today's event is going to kickstart the further on development, and I do hope that in the end we're all going to feel this positive effect. So I do will hope to continue the develop the organic sector together with you, and we're going to be working starting from today as well. Thank you. And without the microphones, we're not able to hear what the moderator is saying. Unfortunately, when the moderator is not speaking into the microphone, I'm not able to hear. I'm sorry. Just basically telling the story about the drone, the money that they've collected for the drone. That's all we were able to hear without the microphone. I'm pleased to welcome everyone and thank you that you have got all together here. I'm really happy to see so many people here. I know that you're doing what you have to do and you're supporting the military forces of Ukraine as well, because we know that the military forces of Ukraine will not be able to perform to keep on doing what they're doing without you. So I'm really, really grateful to be able to see you. I'm really grateful for your support as well when we were able to buy the drone. The drone has completed a lot of tasks. And right now we are completing our military mission in the southern part of Ukraine, and it's really, really, really helping us because the guys are sitting in the bushes. No, it's not about. I'm just trying to find the best word to describe the Russian soldiers, and they have a lot of traps. And so I think that your support has been very, very needed. And this Mavic 3 that we were able to buy with your support and with your help has saved a lot of lives already, and it has been helping us tremendously. Thank you very much for that. And we're really, really grateful and really happy to see everyone. And I don't know what to say. Maybe my colleague will go into say something more. Yes, we're really, 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 really grateful. We're grateful to. We're really grateful. We have been trying to get people if there's not going to be a fence, if it's not going to be the any kind of content mobs. I'm really happy that Hatabich was able to come to us as well and to just to visualize, to make their presence visible. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just like, can I just join to the conversation as well? Yes, please. Yes, I'm also happy to see all of you. Thank you very much for this invitation. And just wanted to say that Hatabuch is a person with heart of gold. You're the person who keeps us alive, and we keep on fighting the Russian offense. What else can I say? I know that there's a lot of work that we still have to do, understanding all of the regions that are currently occupied in Zaporizhia region, Mykolaiv region, Kherson region. There have been a lot of places that we have been through. But what we have seen that the land has rested for this year throughout this mechanical pressure. But we know that there's a lot of land that is now being covered in the debris of the war. There's a lot of metal that has to be taken out of the land. There's a lot of demining that has to be done. But we know that there has been a lot of fertilizers in the soil right now, so there is going to be even more, let us say, the organic um fertilizers into the land. I can't even say, like, I think that we're a little bit wild in those fields, and the fields are wild as well, but do trust me that we're going to restore everything, and we're going to continue working in both the agriculture policy sector and in the fields. And Olena is going to ask you for some more help, and my colleague is going to also say about that as well. We will need a lot of equipment to be able to perform all of our operations effective, to kill off all of the enemies effectively, just to get back to Crimea, and we will go further on. I think that my commander is going to support me. Yes, of course we're going to get to Crimea. We need to celebrate in the Swallow's Nest restaurant. Of course, yes, of course. So I'm really grateful to Olana, because this just happened. I just, one day I just called her and I said, like, Olana, we need a bit of help. And I have contacted many people, and Olena has answered the call. We're really, really happy. We're really grateful for the support and for the collaboration. Just trust me, we're going to work for every grivna that you have donated. And not just the Olena who will answer the call, the organic sector of Ukraine has answered the call. Yes, but but you have given them the call, Olena, because you were the person that I've contacted. Yes, but thank you very much. Thank you for everything. So that's So yes, we're a little bit wild, we're a little bit wild. I kind of got I forgot what civilization is, so it's really hard for me to find the emotions, and it would have been really great pleasure for me to be here today, because I've also participated in the previous conferences and I've supported you, you supported me, but uh, right now we're working on the different direction. And thank you very much for your support, and thank you for supporting everything that we have launched. Keep on protecting our fields, and we will keep on defending them. Yes, thank you very much. First of all, get well. Your commander is waiting for your return, and maybe we will just have a couple of words more, or we've decided. So by the way, yes, we need more donations. We have announced a donation. We need just 1 million hryvnias. We know that there's a whole way to go, but we will not stop. Our team has voiced out what are the needs, and during the Congress and after the Congress, so we will give additional materials for the donations, just to give the support for this very small team, for this very small brigade of our organic producers. First of all, to keep them alive, then to get them reach to Crimea. I think that we are all waiting for this moment, for having the Congress of Organic Ukrainian Crimea as well, and so that they will be back to the agricultural activity. So they will be again the economic units of Organic Front, because we also need that as well. Yes, thank you. We have talked with the chemist as well. So what we need right now is the additional night vision devices. So right now, most of our military tasks are during nighttime, because we cannot actually move during the daytime. So that's time we need additional non-night vision devices. So and also what is needed is the anti-drone rifle, because that's very important as well. We used to have one in the bigger brigade, and has worked really good, but unfortunately, it's already destroyed. And what we really, really need, we do require this anti-drone rifles right now, because otherwise, um, let us call them the Russian soldiers. They have a lot of eyes as well, especially when they're flying and they see that 24/7. And we just either we can, for us to keep on moving forward, we can only move during the nighttime or in the twilight. And so that their birds were not able to see us and were not able to attack us, we do require the night vision devices. Yes, we will try to do as best as possible. I don't know if we will be able to collect 1 million hryvnias, but for the anti-drone rifles, that's one of the things that you have requested the first. So you have just said that about I do believe that this is going to be the first thing that we're going to buy. We will continue in our we will continue in our donations, and thank you very much. Yes, I just like I wanted to add up as well. So everything's okay, but just well, we need some Kevlar plates as well, uh, because right now, when you're carrying 25 kilos on yourself and you have to go for 10, 15 kilos. So yes, it's hard, but we will keep, yes. Yeah, we have the full list. We have the full list. We will announce the full list, and when we're going to be communicating with our participants directly, we are going to try to fulfill all the needs that you have. So these are the very simple needs, but this is something that's going to save lives. And this is something that's going to save Ukraine as well. And it's going to save organic Ukraine as well. And they're going to support the organic sector as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I know that we'll meet again. We'll meet again during the peaceful times, and we're going to continue our collaboration together. Good day. My name is Alexander Yushchenko. I am the head of the voluntary formation. I can give you the night vision device tomorrow, and I can have the Kevlar plates for five people. Yes, we're going to be really. Thank you very much. We will be definitely really grateful. We wanted to ask you to stay with us. I don't know if Vitaly, it's okay for you to join our professional conference right now, but I hope that you will stay with us online. We're really happy to see Hotabach here as well, but we're going to thank you for keeping us safe on the front line, and we will continue to work with our organic businesses. Thank you very much. Yes, I will say before my medical procedures, I still have a couple of hours left. I'm going to turn off the video because the internet is not very good and I'm not alone. But I'm going to stay here with you as well. So I'm giving everyone a hug. Yes, we hug you back. Unfortunately, we're going to just send you the virtual hug, and we are going to continue. And I would like to pass the floor to Victor for a couple of introductory words as well, and then we'll pass the floor to Stefan. Thank you very much. It's really hard to speak after the representatives of the armed forces of Ukraine. So I'm pleased to welcome you and congratulating you on behalf of the Swiss embassy in Ukraine. It was really hard to listen how people what people said as a greetings today. Welcome to Ukraine. Thank you for being alive. But like the Swiss embassy, unfortunately, is not able to help us with weapon, unfortunately, due to the Swiss constitution. But we're really happy to support you with money. Unfortunately, we have been able to celebrate the 20 years of the Swiss support to Ukrainian organic sector because we all have started to collaborating with the first farmers who have decided to collaborate with the organic sector. Yes, last year we have celebrated 15 years of organic standard that has been created as a side project from the Swiss Ukrainian projects. And I do hope that we're going to get back to the main our victories. So I have been visiting BioFac fair during in February, and I was really surprised by how the organic sector looks abroad. And some of my colleagues who have been working for a longer period of time, who were not connected to the sector, but they were able to take a look at how it looks like right now in February, and they have been really surprised how the sector has changed, how the products that have been presented at the fair have changed. Speaking of quality, speaking of marketing, positioning, and I'm always saying that organic sector is the face of Ukraine, and we're really happy that we're able to participate there for multiple years already. We do have 2 projects of technical support. You are aware of that. And by the way, we're going to continue the development of the next phase of the project. And if you're going to join us, we'll be really grateful for any kind of feedback that you will have, for the feedback, for the critique. And I do hope that you will succeed as an organic sector and have a pleasant discussion today. Thank you.
Mr. Stefan, you have the floor. Please, I would like to mention a couple of words about interpretation. There are headphones here on the table. Please, if you need interpretation, take them. During our second panel, we shall have our speaker from Germany, and he will be speaking English. Therefore, please don't forget to take headphones. Mr. Dressman, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. And greetings, first of all, from Germany. And it's very impressive to be here and to be with you in Kyiv. I know the place where you are now very good. 1 year ago, I was in front of this big building, and it was very impressive to hear also the words from Olena and also from the military people. Thanks a lot what you are doing there. And this conference is under the theme United, and I want to speak some words about this. I will look back to the last months or to the last year, and especially to the last 2 months, and we helped much also from our project, Organic Farms in Ukraine. We collected much money. Also, the other projects collected much money. It helps much. I think the farmers did great job all over Ukraine to export the products or to sell the products in Ukraine or to give them to the refugees. Many thanks to this. I think it's a good symbol what's done there in the last year together, united. And the same was on the biofach, and it was really impressive to be there. It was my 20th year that I'm on the biofach, and first year direct on the Ukraine stand, and together with all the companies, together with the other project, together with IPO, together with the organizations. It was really, I think, a good approach for all, and to be united and to see, and that the whole world sees Ukraine organic sector is united, and we go forward. And I think the atmosphere was very good, and especially I will never forget on Thursday evening, together also with Taras Vysotsky, we were there, and yes, has a nice evening all together from the people from the stand. And the same were some maybe were there during our event on Thursday on biofach, where all organizations take part during this event, and many people listen to the words from all the people from Ukraine. And also maybe you saw the film we made from a filmer from Ukraine, Alexei Ushakov, and I will set in the link again for where you can see the film on YouTube. It's very impressive from farmers, organic farmers in Ukraine, what they did the last year and how they look into the futures. Also, they are united, we are strong. And I think also this event today, and thank you very much for all who organized it. I know it's not easy, but it's a very good symbol for united and for how we go forward. I think that also this event today is very important for the next steps, and maybe this year, maybe it's a little bit harder than the last year. We don't know. And we will listen, and also other project will really listen today what is needed, what is the situation. And in the room is also Svetlana Chokina from our project. please contact her also if you have questions to our project. We discuss it then afterwards, and we will really listen and we'll see how we can help. Maybe only one word also to this. I worked long time ago. I worked many years in the ministry in Germany, and I think that helps also much last year for the export and to abolish the exemptions for conventional food. And if there are some problems, please contact our project in Ukraine or with me or with Alexander Kaliberda or Svetlana Chokina. Please do it. And last notice, I think during the war, you see, especially on the farm, yeah, you need money to buy things for the field, and I think at the moment organic agriculture is a very sustainable system, and especially it's a really better than the conventional farms at the moment. You can work with this system much more better than with another system, and that maybe it's also important for the political discussion in the future that organic agriculture becomes much more a reason for the politicians in Ukraine, and not only in the EU, but also in Ukraine, because this helps much the earth, the people, and you can produce with this much good food also during this time. This few words from me to you, and you see behind me this photo. I will go a little bit around back. If you see this photo, I think you know this painting very well, this photo very well, and this Taras Vysotsky you know very well, and the other man is Chemestimir. It's the agriculture minister of Germany, and he is really a friend of Ukraine. He was also in Biofach in Nuremberg, and they hold this picture, and it's a really good symbol also, I hope, for the victory of Ukraine. Thank you very much, and much success with your event.
Thank you very much, dear partners who help us, who support the organic sector in Ukraine. Certainly, without your support, we wouldn't be able to organize this Congress nowadays, and we wouldn't be able to do many things. The key point is the idea, is the inspiration, the motivation to be involved in organic farming. This is about you, dear business, but support is really important from all the partners. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, dear heads of the program. And we shall start our agenda. Before we start our first panel, I would like to mention some logistic issues. So we have simultaneous interpretation. There is coffee in the lobby. We won't have any breaks before lunch. We shall have 3 panels till 2:15. Therefore, there won't be any general coffee breaks. There will be lunch. The lunch will be served here. And we would like all of you to stay here till 8 o'clock. Definitely nobody will close the doors, but we would like to welcome you here till the end of our event. The first panel is about financial and material support to organic sector in Ukraine. The moderator of this panel is Yulia Voroshu. She is the head of her own organic business, organic rhubarb and vegetables from the field. And also she's vice president of Organic Ukraine and head of the limited liability company Organic Expert. I would like to ask all the participants of the panel to join me. So today we have Andrei Konyashin. He represents the Federation of Organic Movement of Ukraine. We also have the representative of the Ministry of Economy and the representative of Kyiv Regional Administration. These two people are coming. We hope they will join us soon. Alexander Prihodko, the manager of developing the Agrarian Markets USAID program. Unfortunately, Andrei Kaliniak, who is an organic farmer, hasn't been able to join us today. He has some valid reasons. And we also have Oksana Berezovska, who represents Chief Department of Bank in Kyiv and Kyiv region. And we have one more seat for representative of Kyiv Regional Administration. We also would like to welcome one more representative of Bank, Mr. Yevhen Panchenko. Mr. Panchenko, please join us. So Bank has two representatives. Good morning, everybody. This is a very important panel, financial support. This is something that we drastically lacked last year. And I would honestly say there was no financial support, there was no hope, no money. But I'm a farmer and I decided to stay in Ukraine and I decided to continue working. There was lots of work, there were people willing to job, and therefore we were doing our business. We lacked many things, but still we coped. And I would like to say who was the first to assist the Ukrainian producers. It was Organic Initiative. So first of all, we got some small amount of money for small and medium enterprises. In Organic Initiative, I represent the Public Union Organic Ukraine. But I think that the initiative is better introduced by the coordinator of this organization. So I would like to give the floor to Olena Daineko. Please, Olena, tell us what Organic Initiative is and what kind of plans you have for this year. And the key question is, do you plan any more funds for organic farmers? Olena, please join our discussion. Unfortunately, there is no mic, and I kindly ask you to turn the presentation on. Olena, you have the floor. Here's the clicker for you. So while my presentation is coming on the screen, I would like to welcome you. My name is Olena Daineko. Since 2015, I developed a training project, Organic Business. And now I'm honored to represent the Union of Participants of the Organic Sector of Ukraine. So this is the Union of Participants of Organic Sector of Ukraine. Now there are 8 legal persons and service providers. The key points you should know about us: we are open and we are public. Here you see our QR codes. Please go to our website. You may read our annual report. We publish all our news. We have very active Facebook page. And you see that our key areas are support of organic operators from the beginning of full-scale invasion and support of organic experts. When we started 3 years ago, we started with plans to develop organic sector. And we started with being active in supporting demand for organic products. And we tried to come back to this activity, but our major mission now is support to organic sector. Very briefly about our results for 2022, you see the amount of money, 367,000 that we managed to get from different sources. I remember a point in April when we got the first donor support, $5,000 from one of our participants in Canada. I remember crying because it was something very tangible. You see that we managed to get money from 9 countries of the world. There were 7 countries of Europe and Canada, and another country is Ukraine. So we wrote petitions, we were trying to find partners, we gave interviews, we collected information, we were trying to get money from different sources and from different donors. You see that we have found 11 partners. We continue working with them. These are different types of donors, organizations, associations, organic businesses, embassies, so different types of donors. And our first donor is the Swiss program. Thank you very much. And the best point is that we managed to provide support to more than 100 organic operators. And the best thing is that we still continue to cooperate with these donors. Again, our major achievement is our grant program. Our grant program was established 2 months after the beginning of full-scale invasion. We were trying to be quick and active. We very quickly paid the first grants to the operators. And the main things you have to know about our program is that we managed to establish it from scratch. It's quite complicated generally to establish the grant program because you have to do it in line with the legislation, but we have established a clear-cut system. There is the grant commission. Everything is open and transparent. All the information is on our website. You see the participants who got our grant programs. You see all the rules of our grant programs. We publish all the news about our grants. We try to announce our grant proposals all the time. If you go to the website of the Ministry of Agricultural Policy, you see the announcement about 2 stages of our grant program. If you go to the State Consumer Service, you also see the announcements about our grant program. So we try to distribute this information as far as we can. So it is really very transparent and very clear system. It is something we are proud of. We continue developing this grant program. We try to focus on getting money for this grant program. And actually the majority of our working time, the biggest part of our working time is going into this program. And answering the question of Yulia Vereshchuk, we are doing it. We try to get the funds. I'm very grateful to the programs, to the organizations participating in our grant program. We are really grateful to you. You see different ways of doing it. First of all, we have a charitable project, but what is really important for organic market is that we managed to support 9 organic operators because we bought more than 10,000 kilograms of organic products, and the budget of procurement was about 22,000 euros, and the products were given to about 1,000 IDPs. And we are very grateful to the Donor Association Dunayska Soya and our partners, Global Eco-Village Network Ukraine and Permaculture in Ukraine. These are 3 organizations which we are working with. Our plans for 2023, we are trying to get more funds. We are trying to find more partners to develop our programs. We are trying to either get some grant support. We are trying to find some technical support programs for the sector. Developing organic export is another area of our activity. We are ready to organize different events in this area. We have already created the catalog of organic exporters. There were more than 100 of them, and we shall be involved in different activities related to support of organic export. And we also shall try to either increase awareness of the consumers about organic products, or we shall concentrate on stimulation the organic products. There will be an organic day celebrated in September, and we are preparing a number of activities in this respect, but still organic programs are the key points. And I would like to show how we are going to support organic operators in 2023. It is done in the form of synergy. Here, there are different organizations who are present in the market. We try to identify their needs. Last year, we organized a survey, Organic Ukraine. We supported organic certification to more than 72 operators. And last year in July, there was the second round of survey. And if you go to our website, you see lots of information about this. And in February, we got the last round of the survey, and we have the picture 1 year after the full-scale invasion. And you see that the needs of the operators are presented here in the slide. 72% are talking about working capital, and 61% mentioned the cost of certification. All other issues were also related to certain financial issues. All these aspects are addressed in our grant program, and this is the way we build the system and our understanding what should be supported. It means we clearly understand what is the situation in the sector and how the situation is reported by operators. So we continue working for you, for our operators, and we are very grateful to see all of you here. And finally, I would like to express our gratitude to our major donor and partner. Thank you very much, our Swiss partners, the representatives of KFTP project. We plan to cooperate with the entire world, but you were the first, and without your support, we probably wouldn't be even able to start. Thank you very much. And this is everything for me. Thank you.
And also, if you will have any questions, then I would like to ask you to voice them up. Alana, I have a question. So will we have the money or no? So you haven't answered the question, will we have the money? Yes, yes, of course. Yes, we plan to have it available. A very brief question. A very brief question from my side as well. In what way that certification is being done when we're speaking about the bee products? Because basically the question is very important. Do we have the certification for the beekeeping? Because I wanted to say that it's an important question, but right now we're going to be discussing the financial issues. We have the representatives of the certification body. They will give you the consultation free of charge. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Alana, yes, I have the mic. Can I also have a question? Yes, if I may, if we have anyone who have received support, can you maybe please stand up and can just tell us about what it has given you? Yes, I know, but we have some other people as well. So yes, Andriy, when can we ask the two of you to just explain? Yes, I will pass the floor to Andriy because I'm going to speak a lot today. So maybe Andriy would like to start. Yes, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Helena, for the support that you have provided to us. It was really timely for us what the support was about. So the part of our organic product that had been provided, we have been producing those, and that was very timely for all of us because we haven't been working for the first 40 days of the full-scale invasion. And then as the Russian soldiers were in Kyiv region, we were not able to work. Then we have started to recover and restore our production. And I was surprised because we had kind of production. We didn't have a lot of postponements and delays, but it actually, we felt as we have started all of the processes from blank page because the people have left, our suppliers were out, our packaging was out, logistics wasn't unclear. And this kind of this downfall when we didn't have enough sales, when we didn't have the return of the money from the supermarkets, the one that we had provided before the full-scale invasion. So this support has really helped us out. It was really supported us. So we're really, really grateful for that. And I do understand that all of the employees of our company are grateful as well. So, that was something that was really timely and important. So that was something that was very significantly important and very timely. So I'm really grateful for that support. Yes, thank you. Please. Hello, my name is Nina Smirnova. We have a small and a new enterprise, and that's it was a really important support for us, and we have decided that to stay during the full-scale invasion. And this support was really important signal for us that we're not alone, that there's a lot of people who's going to support us as well. When we have received the certification and the crop protections, then we have found additional money for some other things as well. And I will present you as well some of our ideas that we have collected, but I just wanted to. Yes, that's very important. We have another questions. So can you tell us how much money have we donated already? But you need to, as as an organization, you mean? As organization, we have been working on with our main goal to support the organic sector. So this is also about supporting the economy. As a person, I am donating to the military forces of Ukraine a couple of times a week, and but as an organization, there is a different goal for us. So, can you remember what was a year ago? So, it was a full misunderstanding of what was going to be going on. So, why we have provided the first grant for the certification, for the compensating the certification? Because we have seen that many producers, I don't know that if they will support me in that or no, because a lot of producers that were unclear of what to do next. And a lot of people, if they haven't received the organic certification support, they might have left the organic sector. Maybe some of the people would also support that as well. So we understood that this support was important. Well, you're the big business. You're one of the big businesses in Ukraine. So what we have focused as well, we all understand that the organic market is divided into the two big parts. So we have big sustainable companies, the exporting companies mostly, and we have also the micro and small businesses that does not have this stability level as all the company of your group. So they need support as well. Another thing that I just wanted to cite, we have donated as producers, we have donated a lot of money to support the armed forces of Ukraine. And we have donated because one of the factors for us to be able to continue to work was the support of the Organic Initiative and other organizations as well. So I do believe I do agree. So maybe we will consider this issue as well. Maybe we'll discuss that further on. Yes, thank you very much, Helena. Thank you. Yulia, I will also would like to add one thing. Maybe you can prove me wrong if I'm mistaken, but I think that you're presenting the Organic Ukrainian Organic Initiative. Organic Initiative is open for money. So if you have colleagues, people foundations, people who can support the budgets of the organic or initiative so that the team will be helping and supporting the organic producers, please address all of the participants of the organic initiative. You will be able to find them all in the presentation. Yes, let us now discuss the money again. Who has given what and who are planning to give what? So, Andrei, can you tell us about the project that you have started in 2022? Hello, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to see everyone offline. It's a pleasure when we have this opportunity to be able to talk to one another offline, to be able to talk to one another live. It's a pleasure for me. to see a lot of people after their long break. I haven't been visiting the BioFac fair, and I know there has been a lot of people who have the opportunity to meet one another there. But let us speak straight on the topic. I think that we all remember the moment when the full-scale invasion has started and what kind of desperation the producers have had, and not just mentioning simple people, but we've understood that the producers have had have been in the shock as well. They have had a lot of people who have left the country. There has been a lot of problems with logistics, with exports, with production, with the support and material resources. People didn't know what to do. And I'm really happy that with the full invasion, when the full invasion have started, the German side, with the initiative of these organic agriculture cooperation project support, with the help of Stefan Dressman as well, they have organized a campaign to support the Ukrainian organic sector. There has been a call out towards all of the German supporters to find additional money to support organic producers in Ukraine. That was a big pleasure for us. And what was a pleasure for us that it has been done through the organization that was called the Foundation for the Support of the Future of Organic uh, Agriculture. That was one of the campaign that generated all of the money that have been donated to collect a lot of money. What we're talking about the money, we're talking about 600,000 euro, almost 600,000 euro that has been collected by multiple companies to support the organic sector. The Federation of Organic Movement of Ukraine has become an intermediary in this initiative, and through our organizations, we have conducted those payoffs to the multiple Ukrainian producers, not just the producers of organic products in Ukraine. 180 agreements that have been set out with different companies that have received the money as well. The money, there has been different amount of money. The minimal amount of money was 800 euro that was provided to the small producers, especially the one that has been working with the beekeeping, up to 5,000 euro. 5,000 euro, I can also cite, it has been just a small amount companies. We've had some private entrepreneurs who have been working, who has been in this amount of grantors, but there was different amounts of money that will be provided and have been chosen by both Ukrainian and German sides. What we have given the money for? We have given the money for those needs that have been voiced out by the producers to support their overall money flow, so they will be able to pay their salaries and to support the internally displaced persons that has been provided to the people who supported who our producers supported in those regions that have not been affected by the military offense. The money have been provided gradually. We have started providing this financial support from June, and starting from June, we have received 5 money tranches that have been fully um, divided between the Ukrainian producers. It's not just the producers, we've also have worked with the educational facilities that have received granting as well. It has been a great pleasure for us because we do understand that the sector is not only made by the organic producers. The producing sector is an important element of that, but we need to also support the educators because they are the ones who are teaching our future generation who's going to be working in the sector. That is why the educational facilities have also received the granting. There was more than 250 applications that have been provided to receive the financial support. It has started from the very beginning of the full-scale invasion and up till the end of the year. But unfortunately, not all of the applications have been approved. The committee has made a decision who would be awarded with this money. And I can even want to say that some of the organizations have received those grants twice, but this decision has been made by the German side, now the Organic Movement Associations, and some organizations have received even more than 5,000 euro to support their activities. But that was a pleasant moment, nevertheless. But we're now talking about the material resources, and we have to speak about this topic in a broader understanding. So do we need to support not just the producers, but the other part of the chain as well? So right now we're speaking about our domestic market is downfalling because a lot of people who have been buying the organic products have left Ukraine. So we have a decrease in the overall viability of Ukrainian population. We now see the decrease of interest in organic products as well. We also understand that due to the inflation and due to the increase of prices of the main resources, we see that there is an increase of costs to produce the organic products. So that is why we can see the increase of prices for the organic products at least by 30%. We can feel it all, and the population can feel it all as well, and the people are now buying the organic products less. So right now, one of the initiatives that I like, this is the initiative that has been developed through this UNEP project, which is the recommendations for the educational facilities and educators. And what is important that's in those sustainable procurement recommendations, the organic products play an important role in that. And right now, when the educational establishments are going to be procuring the food for schools and kindergartens, they have to outline, they have to consider the new criteria. This new criteria are very important right now. If you can remember, when there was a tenders for the products procurement, the price was the um, most important indicator, and the one who offers the lowest price is all given the best chance. So right now, the price criteria is not that important. There's only 10% of the importance in the final decision. So right now we have the opportunity to launch a couple of the pilot projects, especially in those regions with a high level development of the organic products, to provide the organic products and organic foods to schools catering system. I think that we have to work on this issue because the topic is quite relevant. Yes, the tenders are going to be continued. The tenders are going to be held. I'm just saying that right now the non-price criteria have more value, have more power in that. Let us see at the state policy as well. So right now we're starting to think of what our children are eating in the schools as well. So yes, we're going to have a political dialogue in the political session. So we're going to have a lot of time to discuss that. Yes, but that's a very interesting topic and we have to raise it, especially in the Zhytomyr region or Lviv region. You have to raise this topic as well. Yes, we will talk about that too. So I've just told you that, the price is not the main criteria anymore. The tender and the price factor, price criteria are not the main criteria right now. So we will be fighting for that as well. What was other support that has been provided? So we're talking about the financial support. The one thing that I wanted to say as well, I think that it's a very good example because this is the first time since the existing of the organic sector when we had the real money as support. Usually there was either the technical support or helping them procure some kind of additional needed equipment or supporting the certification process. But at this very moment, the real money have been received, and I know that has been a significant support. And we have a lot of people who have received this support from our German partners. So I just wanted to thank our German partners. And if they're still with us online, I just wanted to thank them for supporting Ukrainian organic sector throughout year 2022 and during those tough times. We have felt it really. Whether this support is going to be continued in the future, I do not know. I cannot give you the final answer to that, whether the support as we used to have it in 2022 will continue. But I know that the fund continues collecting money and gathering money from the donors, and I can foresee that there will be this opportunity for additional support provided in the next years. And we will inform our sector if the support is going to be provided. And I know that we will not be able to cover all of the needs for the sector for 100%, but we will have support provided to us. Okay, after this discussion, we can come up to you and ask you what's going on with the Ukrainian-German project. Do you have some money? Can we call? Who can we call? Whom can we address? So right now we can address Andriy Konyashin and we can ask you about that. Yes, I know we're negotiating. Will we have the money? We will have this information later on. I cannot speak on behalf of our German part as well. So yes, well, I know that Stefan has initiated this project, and I know that Stefan is now working really actively to get this budget filled. I don't know if the project will be continued or not. So yes, so we hope for the continuation of this support. Well, yes, we hope. for that. And I hope that you're going to be also participated in the allocation of this money. Well, there was a very good collaboration with allocating the money. I think that we made a good job, and I do hope that the association does not have any problems with the producers. We will continue to work with this procedure. So yes, we have a lot of people supported. So by the way, we have Stefan with us. So Stefan, there was a question about the continuation of funding, and I would like to add another question to that. So what should our sector do? Maybe should we have a collective appeal, or maybe we should have a collective appeal with the Ministry of Economy that we need some financial support right now, because right now our budget is mostly provided for the support of the armed forces of Ukraine. So we do need some international support. Do we need some kind of appeal from the sector so that we would have, again, the participation of Germany, for example, for the development of the organic sector?
A short answer to that. From my side, at the moment, I cannot speak very deep about it, but be sure that we're looking for more funding at the moment. And I think you know me, and at the moment, yes, we're looking really for more money, but I cannot speak at the moment clearly about it. But we're looking on different sectors for that. And we know the problems, and thanks a lot again for all in the room and to the organization that and Andrea explained it very well. Last year it works very good. This good structure, and we will go on with this on different topics we try. Yes, and I'm in contact with the ministry in Germany, but also with other organizations in Germany. But it's not finalized, and maybe in the next weeks we know much more about it, and then we come to the sector. That's very sure.
Thank you. But if you will need something to support your search, then we are ready to collaborate with you. We can provide a joint appeal from our community. Maybe that will help you a little bit. So just let us know. Yes, and I just wanted to add that we're continuing our work in Ukraine, and the joint project between Germany and Ukraine, they continue their work, and they have outlined the main direction of support. And I do believe that this is an important issue as well. I'm not just saying that providing the additional money for the organic operators, but there is a lot of support that has been provided by the joint projects and supporting in the legislative policy work, collaborating with educational sector of Ukraine, which is important as well. And you know, that has been the organic knowledge platform that has been created, that has been supported, that has been amended and empowered. And it's a great support for all of our scientists and for all of our students in this sector, for them to find the information on organic production, on organic market. And I'm really grateful to our project for that. So by the way, the new publication for the year 2022, the basics of organic planting agriculture. So yes, we need it all. We need it all. We are really grateful for all of their support. So if there is, once again, just want to repeat myself, if there is a need for some kind of appeal from our community, we're ready to do that. But I just wanted to pay your attention for our agricultural sector that gives us food, produces our food, and the military sector. That's the most important and vitally important for us. When we will have the agricultural sector powerful, we will have the need in education sector, we will have the need in students, and we will be protected, and we will be able to financially support education and other services. Just as a comment, we know that the organic market is priority for us.
May I make some words more for this? Yeah, only some words again. Or more about it. We also think about it to help with that the farms can help with own energy with solar panels. You know that the organizations got from us batteries that you can go on during the outage of electricity. And we think also in this line, yeah. Also for the farms, we are in contact with some organizations, and maybe we get help from them for the farms, also for solar panels, batteries, or like this. Yeah, we will see.
Now I would like to give the floor to Tatiana Hetzman, who is representative of Lviv Regional Administration. She will tell us how they managed to support the Lviv producers in a very good way. Actually, this is a very good precedent for Ukraine. Thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a great honor for me, and it's really good that I have a chance to present our support program. This has been done for many years. We started supporting our organic producers even before the war. So since 2019, we have increased the funding volume, and this year we have decided even to give more funds in comparison with 2019. So what was the issue under our support? It was the cost of certification. Then we added one more area of our activity. We compensated the cost of certification, and we provided some support for organic lands. In 2021, we didn't have lots of support, and this year we have 1 million hryvnias exclusively for organic lands. We give support amounting to, and that's good that we have my presentation on the screen. How can I navigate through the presentation? Probably it will be easier for me if I stand up. So the situation is just the same as all over the country. The number of organic enterprises is going down. And this is caused, first of all, by the fact that this is a very tough period for us. In 2020, there was the pandemic, and it was a very serious period for the organic industry, and then the war started, and the number of organic businesses is going down. In order to slow down the decrease in their number, we try to support them. The majority of our organic producers are involved in, first of all, gathering the products of wild plants. This is the blackberry, rosehip, elderberry, and this is dried and then exported. 40% of them grow berries, and probably 1% of organic producers are involved in planting. Also, there are some enterprises that produce plant protection products. We also have two corporate enterprises that grow organic products. This is Organic Garden and as a bee cooperative. And also we have another cooperative, restoration of the village, and they deal with growing berries. Export has decreased, but we see that the export of berries, fresh berries, organic berries, and sublimed berries is on the rise. What is the advantage of Lviv region? We actually save a lot on logistics because we are very close to our export market. Lots of products are exported to the European Union countries. Definitely we export also to Asian countries and to South Korea, but the European Union is #1 market. So we started, as I have said, in 2019. So this year, the subsidy will amount to 1 million hryvnias. It is done in the form of dotations up to 150,000 hryvnias to one entrepreneur, and it is about 5,000 hryvnias per 1 hectare. But we do not provide only financial support to our organic producers. We provide also information support. We organize different events, and together with the non-government organization Katera, chaired by Natalia Chalovska, we published the catalog of organic producers. Also, Katera organizes fair for organic producers in the center of Lviv. This is a very nice event visited by many people. This is the way for us to popularize organic products, to give information to the consumer. What kind of products are these? Why they are more expensive, and how important they are for human health? So what are the programs where our organic producers participated in. Now we try to go to the to different businesses in our region and inform them about the opportunities, because the programs that existed before the war probably do not work, but there are some new ones. For example, our organic producers participated in the program Your Own Business. This is the program funded from the state budget. Also, one organic business got a grant to plant new gardens, and as a result, there will be more organic blueberry in the region, and also more than 8 million hryvnias were given to implement the project on added value. And here in this slide, you see the information about the enterprises participating in different programs. So Your Own Garden, this program was taken by limited liability company Organic Zahid Group, and all the participants had a chance to be registered in state agrarian register. This is a very important thing, and we all the time inform our producers that they have to register there, because all the state support program will be conducted for the participants of this state agrarian register. And also we have a state program 579%, and also we have grant program support to the organic center in Ukraine, and 2 enterprises participated in this one. Now I would like to mention a couple of words about our regional program. There are 4 areas within the project, and there is one area exclusively for the organic enterprises, and these are dotations for the lands. More than 34 million hryvnias is the funding volume, and we also compensate the percentage for accompaniment of the financial leasing agreements. So if your agreement, for example, says that it is 25%, it means we compensate. We also provide some preferential credits, and here we have 2 sub areas. First of all, there are loans, and it seems to me these are the cheapest loans in Ukraine, because for value-added projects, we provide loans with 3% interest rate for 5 years. And we also give 500,000 hryvnia loans for some other projects. We also partially compensate the cost of seeds for the cultures mentioned here. We also provide support for increasing the number of cattle. And I all the time say that in this region, it is better when a cow gives birth to a calf, because then the dotation is 30,000 hryvnias. And the final point is the organic lands. We organize a lot of events. It's necessary to communicate about these events. That's clear. And we definitely have to distribute this information among our consumers. And also within our regional program, implemented by the Department of Economy, you can get support amounting to 500,000 hryvnias for the development of marketing materials. And this is something we also inform our producers about. This is everything I wanted to tell you about. We do hope our organic sector will be on the rise, because it's a very promising area. We are very close to Europe. In Europe, this trend is very popular, and we are confident that Ukraine will win and Ukraine will get its victory, and the trend of growing organic products will be on the rise. Thank you for your attention. I wanted to say that actually I really regret that my business is not registered in Lviv region. My name is Tatiana Stratovich. you state that we provide loans. Who are these we? This is Lviv regional administration. So how does it work? I will explain. We have several levels of budget. There is the state budget, the state program where you can participate. For example, the state agrarian register, the state program, here is the job. These are the state, all Ukrainian programs for the agrarians from all over Ukraine. For example, there is the state agrarian register and any producer can register there. But there is also the regional budget. And we see what kind of profit, for example, the region had for the previous year, and some funds are allocated for the development of some sectors. And actually, we choose the sector that has the greatest growth potential. And our department has to prove that this sector is very promising and this sector needs support. And we offer the ways of support. So you have the right to give loans. Yes, I hear about it for the first time. We have our foundation, our fund, and it seems to me it is the foundation for rural areas development. It's not like you come and get the credit. No, you have to prepare a business plan. We have to verify this business plan. Well, that's clear. But what is the loan mechanism? This fund is available in every region of Ukraine, and you can get some loans from this fund, from this foundation. Thank you. Yeah, talking about the programs, but they are not functioning due to the martial law. This funding program are not available because all the funds go to critical infrastructure, to restoration. Thank you for the question. Where do you have this information? I represent Oblast Council from Zhytomyr. Well, this is false information. I'm not sure about Lviv, but for example, I'm talking about our region and there is no funding for these programs. I will give the answer to your question. I have already said that there are several levels of budget, the state budget, the regional budget. The fact that your oblast or regional administration were not given funds, well, you have to clarify why it is. But we have shown our indicators, we have shown our data, our program has been operated since 2016, and for example, we have been given 34 million hryvnias, but you have to fight for it, you have to prove it. The state programs existing before the war are suspended, but there are some others which are functioning, and in my opinion, they have become even better. If, for example, before the war, from the state budget, we managed to get for the region 270 million hryvnias. It was 2021. And when the war was launched, the state budget were really suspended, state budget programs, and we were a bit afraid. But for the past year of war, we managed to get 216 million hryvnias. These are the programs for greenhouses, for gardens. This is, for example, new level programs. These are the programs for value-added products. This is state agrarian register, 70 million hryvnias. And there are physical entrepreneurs, physical persons registered there, and they will participate this year as well. So I'm talking about the programs available last year, and they are still available this year. And for example, before the war, there were lots of complaints that these programs were available and open for large businesses. And now the lion's share of these programs are small and medium businesses. And well, probably we got less funds, but regarding quality, the programs have become much better. And this is something unprecedented. I always mentioned that there is a chance to get irrevocable grants. And you can do it actually very easily, but just filling in the application, you may get some grants. Or, for example, you have provided a business plan and you were denied or you were rejected. There is also the answer why you have been rejected. And this is a chance for you to see what are the gaps in your business plan, whether it is viable or not. And if you get the funds, for example, 8 million hryvnias, you have to pay it off in the forms of taxes, and you have to pay it back to the state. But in case, for example, you took 8 million hryvnias, you paid 5 million, and then, well, this is really something very, very cool, something you can use. Knowledge is very important. We all the time update our Facebook pages and we try to inform our agrarians about all the opportunities. We are really grateful for these programs and for the fact that they are functioning. Yes, they do work. We also use the state agrarian register and many others. And thank you very much for mentioning information about budgeting on the level of the regional administration. Thank you very much for this information. And Tatiana Hetman may be a role model how to cooperate, how to establish cooperation between the regional administration and the local businesses. I think you can share this information to your colleagues, and this is really a good example to follow. This is cool, and this is really felt that Lviv region is interested in developing the local business. The authorities, the local authorities are interested in organic production. And Tatiana, I ask you to give information about our joint event. Please invite our participants to this event. Thank you for reminding me. You have mentioned that on the 7th of May, it will be the day of Lviv, there will be the 3rd fair of organic and craft products. So what have we started with? When it was started, it was clear, there were no ideas about any fairs or anything else. But in winter, we understood that something should be done. And for example, we were thinking about the craft producers. They are not visible on the market. And we just offered to them to show to Lviv residents what they were doing. They have sold everything they had for about 2 hours. And we understood that something else should be done. And 1 month later, we organized one more fair. And again, the craft producers come to us and ask, when will be the next one? So thank you very much for offering this fair. You have funded the organization of the first fair, and now in May, it will be the 3rd one. So we have very special attitude to the craft producers, and I think they have lots of prospects to export their products. And I would like to mention one more project. It is called the Bread of Peace, Italian cooperative that bakes bread for Italian prisons, suggested that they would probably bake bread from Ukrainian grain. And so we have found the flour and we brought it to Italy, but actually they were stressing that it should be Ukrainian grain, it should be Ukrainian flour. So we called it the bread of peace of Ukraine, or the bread of peace to Ukraine. So this flour was sold, and then we reinvested part of the money into buying seeds for family enterprises in Lviv region, because the Lviv region is the top region regarding the number of family-run business. And we gave them these seeds, and they will actually grow their products. And last year, just yesterday, we had a meeting in one of the orphanages. Now we have some funds. We buy the products of our craft producers, and we try to improve the nutrition of our IDPs. That's great. That's cool. I understand I have exceeded my time. We definitely can hear from you a lot, and I'm staying here. And now I would like to give the floor to Lena Shurevich, who is also representing Lviv Regional Administration, to share her our achievements of our region.
Yes. Hello. So good afternoon. Hello. I wanted to say that we have some representatives from some regions as well, from Zhytomyr region. Okay. So we understand the same challenges. So Lviv is one of the leading regions that can provide you some kind of support. So just like with yours, but we cannot give the loans to enterprises because there is this kind of a decree from the Cabinet of Ministers from the regional budget. We cannot do that. That's 100% for sure. In Kyiv region, the support for the organic sector, that's non-existent. We have a couple of times tried to do that together with Elena Berezovska. It doesn't work out. The first and the foremost important thing that should be there should be the support from from the heads of the Kiev regional administration, then already that their support from their local deputies, and then we can provide that. So for the Kyiv region, the organic is a little bit postponed, but we are open for the office. We're developing, we're working on it. I wanted to say that like this. So, and Tatiana has mentioned that. So, yes, that the department and the structural administration, then you have to go to the head of your administration and say what is important. What we have achieved was additional dotation for cows and partly additional dotations, and we're going to provide additional support for the people who have been for the vulnerable affected population on the occupied territories. So on Tuesday, we've had the support for just the 3 million for the support. So 2 millions for the new cows for every natural person, and for additional 3 millions for the restoration of the around of the cattle that you've had before February 2022. We are among the leading programs on the support. 120 hectares have been supported for the organic production. There's also the gardens. So we are leading in Kyiv regions for an amount of the organic gardens in Kyiv region. What else could I say? I wanted to say that right now we're also going through Kyiv region, through our communities, through our districts. We're trying to support, at least providing them with informational support, but it's really harder for us to provide the financial support. Yes, of course, the main direction is the armed forces of Ukraine, and that is the one that we have to invest into that. Yes, we all have this thought, and everyone is saying that there's the people of the agriculture can do everything on their own. So yes, we're at least trying to help the people with information. And that the most important issue right now is the booking of the employees. And we're working on that as well. We're trying, this is not a lot of things that I wanted to tell to you. Speaking about the new sowing season, so there is a 2% less land that are going to be used than compared to the previous year. So right now we have 10,000 hectares that are going to be demined. So there is a lot of land that is requiring the demining. So maybe you'll have some questions. Yes, the questions to Kyiv administration, to Kyiv region administration. We're working to that, but do you need to, where the producers, we're always ready for any kind of offers that you would have. It is really hard for us to write the program. Speaking on loans, we've wanted to try because Ivankiv district was the one that has been most affected, and we wanted to give them the direct loans with the program of the budget. budget loans, and they're not applicable for the 5779 program. So what will stop? We cannot give them directly according to the decree 590, and we need a fund. In Kyiv region, we only have just one foundation right now that is not really working properly. So we're working on that. The program is developed. We're working for the mechanisms how we can provide this direct support. So if you have any offers with how we can work with the organics, we're looking forward to your offers. We can write the programs that is needed, but we need some kind of offers to know where to go to. We don't have a lot of professional experience with that. Yes, thank you very much, because I do know we have a lot of offers. It's just that the most important thing to know is how to work with us. Thank you very much. Can we pass the microphone to Alexander? Alexander Prichodko, the manager for the development in the USAID agriculture, and is going to tell us about how they supported the processors, from what I remember. Yes, can we see the presentation, please? So good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for being here offline today. That's really good because, offline is something that is really valuable right now. We had been through the COVID years and we hadn't been in remote work, then the full-scale invasion. And right now it's really, really hard to get everyone together and to have this opportunity to talk in person. It is important. Speaking about the USAID, there's more than 9 projects that the USAID has been working with. I am specifically working on the USAID with USAID Agro program. I am going to try to emphasize the main organic ideas because we not have a special program dedicated to the organic sector, but we do support the effective processing of the agricultural products and supporting the entering of the new markets. And you can apply if you're a company that sees yourself in the international market, you can apply for this program of support as well. Speaking about our activities before the full-scale invasion and after that, before the full-scale invasion, we were mostly working in the south of Ukraine. Since the invasion, we have started to work all over Ukraine. We're now working with the cereals as well. And right now we're increasing our budget for support. The main focus for us is the trying to work with the challenges of when we're speaking about the product security and food security, speaking about the sectors that we're working in. First of all, we're talking about the developments of the effectiveness of work and market access, building the better services for the agricultural sectors, and updating the regulatory environment as well. Speaking about the development of the effectiveness of the work, so we're speaking about from the field up to the exporting opportunities. What has been done first of all, when in summer, when we have started to work, the first and the foremost important issue was about the first account to the storages. We have supported the 12 partners in different regions, those who were help, those who could help us to help with the packaging. And right now, this program, the packaging and storing program has been launched. And if you will have the need on additional storages, if you don't have enough storages in our regions, we have the company who can give you offers and services for packing or unpacking of your products. This direction is already working. So it's not just about the storing that we're working on. The next step after the storing, there's also the final. Then there is additional processing that is needed for the export. So right now we have an elevation program that is available as well. It is presupposed that you can receive a grant of 18.5 million hryvnias with a co-financing of 50%. So what do we mean by that? If you already have an elevated complex already, or if you have a storage facility already, you would like to upgrade it, you can apply for this granting support for additional co-financing of this project. So what do we mean by 50-50? For example, if your project costs 20 million, then 10 million can be provided by us, 10 million is on your expense. If the project is starting, if it's a new project, a greenfield project, if we're speaking about the modernization, then this is the part of this grant. You're applying for the project. What is going to be the order of its implementation? For example, in 2 years, you're going to have a full upgraded complex. And you are, for example, dividing each on a certain project. So on the first stage, 5 million is that we need for this. So this is going to be our co-financing for this, for example, maintenance. Then procuring the equipment, this is something that we can do. And you can actually, you are filling in, you are prescribing this all specific plans. The most important thing that what we need, that you will need already the feasibility studies and the projects and economical documentation already. Because from our experience, the money that we have provided and allocated the years before, we do see some risks that the projects are not going to be completed in the end. And we will, if it's not going to be completed, then we'll not be able to provide you the financial support. So we are doing it fully transparently. So if you're going to be applying for the support, you will need to have all of the construction documents available. Yes, if you have any questions, so you can have to use the microphone. So is it real for the organic sector? Because from what we know, that there is around 100 enterprises, that small and medium enterprises that have to be there. Yes, speaking about the project directly, what we are supporting, we're not supporting just one company, but we want to develop the horizontal connections and relations in the sector. So if you're giving us the projects, and what we require is that we need at least 100 small and medium enterprises to be invited, then you're providing us the project of how the services will be provided. Speaking about the organics, for myself, there's one thing that I've emphasized for myself. We're talking about, for example, creating a hub. For example, if there's already an enterprise that is already working, then we can create a logistics hub or a transportation hub, so that, for example, when you go in to get from the fields, that you can get, for example, the resources and products to a hub, and then it will be, for example, stored there. So there's one of the possibilities in one of the directions. In this direction, we're also all going to have the processing program. It's also about creating the commodities into the commodity resources into the processed products. So there will be around 10 grants. I think there will be in amount of 20 million per grant. So it's going to be just cereals, or it's going to be different. Right now, we're only talking about the cereals. So it isn't possible for us to actually to work with that, with some other kind of other kind of with other kind of grain. So basically, we're going to be only working with cereals right now. So when we're talking about what we are required to do in, because of the donors requirement, then yes, we're going to, we can only do what we can. So we need to have all of the information collected, and we need to have this objectively held. So we're talking about the oily cultures, we're talking about the cereals. There was a special program for the processing that's going to start in April, and it's going to be for the feeds and going to be for the bioethanol. It's not mentioned in here, but I do believe it's going to have 10 millions for products, and we're going to have for 5 millions for bioethanol and the feeds. But it's important for us to have all of the projects clearly identified, and just speaking from our experience, what it is that you should consider. There are some criteria of what we would like to have in the end, and the criteria that you need as a requirement. So the first and foremost, you need to show us what would be your KPIs, what would be the real criteria that you can reach realistically, so we can evaluate whether it meets our goals as well. If you cannot reach the goals that we have outlined, please try to understand what can you do. So basically, you can get 20 million hryvnias for the implementation of this very specific project. That's very good. Talking about the foods, what do you mean by that? So that's all. Everything that you can get into the cereals or the oily crops, then you can include into that. Yes. Yes, do you have any questions? Yes, basically, every producer, like for example, I was working was working with like vegetables and horticultures, and right now I'm going to work with cereals. No, but it doesn't work like that. And it should not be working like that, actually. Yes, but we had this kind of applications. So yes, that is not a specifically organic direction, but we provide also additional additional seeds and additional fertilizers, that this is the program that has been implemented already. So we have provided the support for 6.5 thousand farms, mostly on the front line. And on fertilizers, and Alexander, why can't you include, for example, the list of the fertilizers that you would use to provide additional moments for to provide this with the fertilizers? But this is the organic initiatives. That's what the organic initiatives does. They're working with the organic fertilizers. We do not have this very narrow specializations. We're trying to systematically impact the markets. So I can speak about the other projects of how you can apply better and how it can be, what it impacts as well. But if we are speaking about the overall seeds and the fertilizers overall, then first of all, we want to impact the market. So there is like 16,000 agricultural enterprises that have been registered in our programs, and we identify their needs, and based on this need we provide the support. Yes, I do understand that the organic initiative supports the organic fertilizers for the organic producers, but what I wanted to say, you can also support all of the agricultural sector with the organically certified fertilizers. Maybe then the need will be there, yes, but maybe no, because there were others, and there's other things, like for example, when we provide in the corn seeds, and then we were providing the fertilizers and the sunflower seeds, and people didn't want to have the corn seeds, but they would like to have the sunflower seeds. Yes, we understand, but maybe you can consider this as an idea. Yeah, just the easiest, like, just to give the money, and then you will not find what the need was. Okay. Working with Kartopelka UA, we provided the potato for planting, that what we did last year, and we're going to continue in the developing the potato direction as well, and potato sector too. I don't know whether we will have that. There will be additional, also the program for the development of the potato planting, and that will be in May. So if you're working with the potatoes, then you can also apply for this granting program, and you can apply for these programs of support. All of the programs are open, and you can find additional in LinkedIn and on Facebook, on all of our resources. You can see all of the programs are being published, and you can always read it out, and you can see whether there is an open call for the direction that you're working on. We have a separate market access program, because there is a lot of enterprises that have already voiced out that the markets are now not just closed, but they have been reformatted, and the companies have real difficulties and struggle to get into the markets now. If everything will be okay, then we will have a domestic market support program. So we're launching connections with distributors, with the building up the connections with the market access that are currently working. I'm going to be also applying for the Organic Ukraine, and we're going to inform you about the launch of this program. And for all of the companies who are searching for the partners in the domestic market, we're going to be providing additional support. It's going to be an exporting support program. We're currently working on the development of the program right now, because it's really hard for us to find the very specific niche for our support. So the fairs that have been the first participation have been supported right now actively, and there's a lot of international projects that have been supporting that. We are looking for the new areas for the support for us. The projects that have been paused right now. So this is the Ogre Scouting project. I do hope that we will be able to relaunch this project in this autumn, or maybe the next year. We also going to be supporting the fresh vegetables and fruits, and this project is going to be as well launched later on. So right now we are mostly supporting the cereals. This is the implementation of our supports, what we have supported and what we have completed. Just wanted to mention what it is, how we are working. We're not giving the direct support. We are doing this through the specialized associations. So thus, if somebody is addressing you and saying that you can receive some kind of seeds with our support, so this is basically our support. We cannot provide the direct support. We will need additional associations and additional intermediary who can provide this. So if you would like to have something, you can give us an offer, how you would like to implement, what you would like to do, and then we're looking for the touching points and the best ways for us to do that. did you have the due dates that you can provide the offer? So you can do that, for example, during the year, and you will consider that during the budget year. We're doing the budgeting starting from August to September. So basically, if you have ideas, you should apply them before August, and then we are writing that for the next year. And if there are the opportunities and time, then we can also provide additional amends. But if it has already been planned for a year before, then it's really hard for us to physically implement it because the whole team is working to implement the ongoing projects. Those were the projects that we've also supported in the fintech. Just from my part, I just wanted to say that the Agri Analytica and Agri app, and speaking about the crediting, that it's a very good thing. So basically with your phone that you can already check where the loans are available and banks can directly contact you. That's a very interesting thing and a very good breakthrough. Additional programs that are going to be launched as well. So there's going to, if you'll have the opportunity, for example, if your enterprise does not have any professional available, or if, for example, you do not have this position available right now, but you have to reestablish something in your production line, then we do have a program that gives you the opportunity to do that. So you are applying for the specific need, and we are providing you the professional with our financial support. That's very interesting because a lot of people that cannot be booked right now. So you're giving the people to you. Yes. Yes. So yes, we do have a service providing company that we're collaborating with. And then when there is a specific demand, then there needs to find this professional and they can connect you with this professional to cover the specific services that you're lacking. Additional direction on working with communities. And I think that Alexander will tell you more about the communities. Yes, I have my colleague who's sitting just behind you, and he's going to be talking more about the communities. Additional direction, that's the regulating on the regulations. So all of the changes of the legislation, the buy acts, before the full-scale invasion, we have been working on amending the organic legislation as well. There was a separate project that we have now introduced as the piloting project, was the project of how to organize the groups of the water users. I'm not going to tell you a lot about this. That's not my direction, but if my colleagues would like to share, the ones that have been investigating that and has been working on these projects, maybe they will share more. Those are our partners when we're talking about the support during the war. So we worked with the logistics in the front line, to the front line, and we're working with the communities that are in the contact line, with the work of the Ukrainian Association of Communities, that we have provided the delivery for the needed materials and the delivery of the seeds and planting material. We have also developed the programs on documenting the losses. So for the enterprises that have been affected, what they need to do to apply for the compensation of the military activities that have taken place in your household or in your farmship. So we're all open. We all have active programs. So if you would like to apply as the processing enterprise, and you can do that through Facebook, but you can also reach us directly with the email. We will always answer, and we will always open for the resolution of the agricultural sector systematic problem. So if you see that there is some kind of problems that might influence not just you, but influence the whole sector overall, please apply with this office as well if you will have the solutions. And we will try to find the best way to implement it with our financial support.
You mean on behalf of association? Well, not always the company has the resources to work, and therefore in cooperation with the association, it's better to find a solution. So this is what I've said. If the company may independently using our resources to resolve a systemic problem at the market, that's okay. We can consider this option. But in the majority of cases, more human resources and more additional resources are needed. We are not looking for people regarding some individual never solutions. We are trying to take a broader picture in mind. Thank you, Alexander. Lots of information. And still, I would like to say that you mentioned lots of key points, and we have one more participant, and we have been talking a lot about funding today, but well, funding usually involves some banks. And now I would like to give the floor to representative of Oshad Bank. There is no need to introduce a representative of Oshad Bank. Well, we are present everywhere. For example, in Kyiv region, I'm responsible for Kyiv region. We have about 200 branches, and they are all over Kyiv. They are all over region. Please have the video on the presentation on. Yes, it will be on the screen right now. So from the beginning of the full-scale aggression, we have been functioning every day, even under shelling. And during the first days, the 24th of February, the 25th of February, all the branches were open, at least 50 were functioning in the Kyiv region. And when the area of Kyiv region was liberated, all the branches were functioning. So we have very successful results for 2022. For example, for 2022, Oshad Bank in Kyiv and Kyiv region provided loans amounting to 1,600,000 hryvnias. So this is really a very big amount of money. So we gave more than 1 billion, I'm sorry, 1,006,000,000 hryvnias, 600 million hryvnias. And for agricultural producers, we have given 900 million hryvnias. And we gave loans to those producers who actually were in need of them. It was in spring, the sowing period, March, April, May. We were very active regarding crediting our producers for them to be able to perform their activities. I'm giving the figures about the Kyiv region. I think that we have probably a very wide range of bank products. I think that no other bank has a similar spectrum of bank products. So we have the encashment services, cash management services, non-cash payment. These are classical products, but we also have some other products that may be interesting for you. We combine a number of products in order to meet the needs of our clients. Here you have some information about our rates. They are market-based rates. If you need, you may get this presentation and find more about our conditions. The lending or crediting, it is in line with the program 579 percent of interest rate. We support our entrepreneurs. And if you don't know the previous conditions, we were giving loans with almost zero interest rate. And that was actually zero interest rate in hryvnias. The amounting of funding was up to 60 million hryvnias per group. And now there are some changes. The changes actually probably are not about agricultural producers. They will be funded, but the interest rate will be higher, up to 9% per year. But if we compare, for example, 9%, and the market rate is about 25%, I think our rate is really very good when we are talking about revenues. So I think this is very attractive rate for any producer. There is another question. The representative of Kyiv Regional Administration stated that this 579 program is not functioning. Well, it is functioning. There are no restrictions regarding this program. So we fund the enterprises in all the regions. So Ocean Bank works and uses 579% program in all the areas of Ukraine. What are the types of credits? Again, you have a range of products, and unlike some other banks, we can use additional conditions that are not available in other banks. For example, if the collateral is not enough, for example, he can pay off the interest rate of the loan, but collateral is not enough, we may add state guarantee, which is usually up to 50%, for us to be able to provide funding for the project. Or we can use another type of guarantee, 70 per 30%. So if there are some issues about collateral, we may assist with, for example, either state guarantee or the European Bank of Reconstruction of Development guarantee. We also have certain insurance-related programs, and it allows you to give a loan 579, but as a collateral, for example, for these credit products, we may use the insurance of export and credit agency. So this is the insurance that is used as a collateral, and the payment for this is about 2% per year. Thank you. This program is available for those involved in processing of products and for exporters. Yes, there are some restrictions, but still this program is functioning, and even without having some collateral, you may get some funds. We also have a chance to provide funding along with TFP programs. So it may be under guarantees or under letter of credit. But very often the guarantee or a letter of credit from a Ukrainian bank is not accepted by some other foreign institutions, but our guarantee is really supported by EBRD, and it means that our guarantee and our letter of credit will be accepted by any foreign producer. Just the same, 579%. I'm very sorry. I'm talking about the guarantee right now. There is a fee there up to 4% of annual rate. And I think it is also an interesting program that might replace 579 program. So here the guarantee is up to 4% of annual rate. And what are the conditions? For example, it allows you to make deference of your payments. State guarantees, I have already been speaking about them. These are our partnership programs. On buying vehicles and equipment, you may also use this 579 program. These are partnership funding programs. We have more than 230 partners. We cooperate with all the networks. I'm talking about big producers and fertilizers providers. You see Syngenta, Agrarian, and the rate may be either 0 or it may be 579. So once again, very good conditions for you as potential clients of a bank. I have already been talking about Expert Credit Agency, and once again, you will get the presentation. If you need it, TFP, getting guarantees or letter of credits, I have mentioned it as well. This is something new for us. We have been cooperating with the government of Germany, and through Sparkasse, we can provide loans or grants to compensate some investment-related projects. I'm talking about investment projects or those related to replenishing of working capital. So what are the amounts? If it is not the relocated company, for example, let's say the company is located in Kyiv region, the compensation may be up to 20% from the amount of the investment project, but it cannot be higher than 20,000 euros. So this is the grant, and the grant compensates 20% of the project, but the cost of the project should not be higher than 9.6 million hryvnias, about 240,000 hryvnias, euros. Unfortunately, there is no mic. The interpreters do not hear the question. The decision is taken by our authorities. For example, your application is included into our register. If we are talking about the compensation, then there is some amount of money which is reserved for the company, and then the decision is taken by the Business Development Foundation. How the decision is taken? So the fund is analyzing the documents, your application, your business plan, the funds available for the company, and then the decision is made. Unfortunately, there is no mic. The standards are described. So all the rules are standards. So there are certain conditions that are to be met. So in case you meet the standards, the decision will be made in your favor. Sorry, there is no mic. Please, you may come to our branches. So the crediting programs have been launched directly in this room. We are talking about our participants from Zhytomyr region. Here we see the guarantees of European Financial Investment Fund, and it is possible to get the loan with the collateral, and the amount is 30%. This is information about our salary cards. The service fees are very, very low. It's almost free for the client. The grants from the state. We represent Kyiv region, and actually we take about 25% about in relation with the grants for the entire country. And it depends what kind of grants we are talking about, whether it is processing or greenhouses or horticulture. For example, in Kyiv region, 16 decisions have been made about horticulture, and the amount is 65 million. And there are 2 decisions about greenhouses, and the amount of grants is 14 million hryvnias. Well, greenhouses are less popular. The requirements, the conditions are actually strict, because you have to give us the project. So for those of you who do not know what are the programs, you may find this information at our website. And once again, I would like to remind you, this is the grant, and it is paid in the form of taxes and levies from the activity of the company. And it should be paid off within the period of 3 years. And again, the amount depends on the number of jobs created. So we have a micro grant called Yerobota. The amount may be up to 250,000 hryvnias. There is another micro grant called Yerobota Svisat, Your Garden. Again, there are all the requirements for this micro grant. There is another which is called Greenhouse. I just wanted to mention, should I come back to Your Garden project? Yes, this is a very interesting topic. Yes, 16 enterprises got this grant. The matter is that this is a very interesting topic, but we are already exceeding our time. And we have here the representatives of the banks, so probably there will be some informal communication, and all those willing people will be able to get the grants. We are very grateful to representatives of Bank, and that's good that we are talking a lot about funding, but thank you very much for your presentation. I think it was very interesting for all of us and for representatives of the organic market. And now I would like to give the floor to the internal market. Thank you. Unfortunately, there is no mic. Miss Alana, Miss Marina, please. I invite you to take the floor. Please have the presentation on. I'm talking about presentation of Mr. Oleferenko. Thank you. Is there? Dear colleagues, we start the discussion on the internal market.
Present you with who's going to be participating in this panel. Unfortunately, Larisa Kovalchuk has just informed us that she will not be able to join us, unfortunately. On the side of the producers, going to be representing them. My name is Andrea Lefirenko. I am the founder of the Ecorod, and Olena Stratovich, who's going to be presenting organic milk, Alex Agro. On behalf of the state sector, we're going to have Marina Koslitska. She's going to be representing the Department of Organic Production in the Ministry of Agricultural Policy of Ukraine. And we're going to have a delegation of the Good Wine Shops, who is the leader in the organic product sales. And I'm hoping that we will be able to ask them some questions, and it's going to be very interesting for all of us. So now let us take a look at the domestic markets. Back in 2012, when I've started to work in the processing of the organic products to the ready-made products, I've also always was interested why we do not have so many organic products in our shops. Because when I've started working on that, when I had this feeling as Ukraine is a very big iceberg that produces a lot of commodities, but raw commodity, but we only see on our shops shelves just a very, very top, just very 5 or even less percent of it, because we do all understand how rich Ukraine is if we're talking about the very good quality production of the agricultural products without additional chemicals. But what we can see in our shops is just a very small part of it. So right now the situation is bad. Okay, maybe not right now, but before the full-scale invasion, the situation got better. But we will try to figure out what is going on. Unfortunately, when we're talking about the statistics, for example, or when we're talking about the figures on sales, when you can only see that we have it only for the year 2021, when I'm talking about the year 2021, that the pre-full invasion year, because we understand that in year 2022 there was some troubles and challenges in doing the statistics, but I do hope that the representatives of the organic standards, they will be able to provide us a better statistics, updated statistics soon. So let us take a look at what did we have in year 2021 category wise. So I think that people who have been in the market, they have already understood all of that. But let us take a look at that. Of course, the dairy products are the leaders in the organic products. So I think that Olana Statovic really needed to be invited to our panel. And you know that your dairy products are the leaders in the market, that's for sure. So the dairy products, and we do understand that this is the leading products in organic sector. I think that if you would see this kind of the statistics and kind of data, we will be able to understand the reasons as well, because the main associations for people, for mothers who trying to also provide the good nutrition for their families, that's of course they're thinking about the dairy products first of all. Then you can see that there is the overall products, so the different types of cereals, different types of flours, different types of grains, and then the next products, you can see that we have in this, there is a very big gap between those two first leading categories. How can I explain that as a producer? But for example, when we're talking about most of the grains, most of the cereals, and we're talking about the dairy products, that's more or less a simple way to produce. You don't have a lot of components in there. If we're speaking about the multi-component products, it means that the producers need to collect all of the components together, to find those components, to make sure that you will have a sustainable delivery of those products, that they will be all certified, and only then you will be able to get to the shops. But as an example, in an example of 2021, we now see that there are new categories of organic products that are being seen. And that is a very important thing for us, a note for us. This is a very brief detailization on the categories that we can see. You can see the organic dairy products, so you can see also the organic grains and cereals and organic fruits and vegetables, just to give you the overall outline. What is also very good for us, then you can see that we're talking about the dairy product production, that you can see that there is a huge part and huge share of the processed products. So it's not just milk, but it's also the sour milk. It's also the, when we're talking about the cream, sour cream as well, and butter, because that also gives us a better amount of products available in our product shelves. And just very briefly, the situation that we had and what we have thought about the year 2022, that the information from the brand store agency, they have just made this kind of a very brief overview brand-wise when we're talking about the organic products and the brands that are represented in specific categories. So we're all aware of the organic milk, of the old products and ethno products in dairy. We all know the others in the groceries brand. But what is very good that in year 2022, even despite full-scale war, so you can see that there are new products being launched into Ukrainian market, which is very good for us as well. Let us be honest, those launches have been planned in 2021, but the products to be launched and for us to be able to see that in open sales in year 2022, that's very good. That's really cool. The same thing for the vegetables and fruits, and everybody knows those brands. And you can see that the Danube Agrarian that's are also providing a lot of products. So you can see that different types of the berries. So we have Yulia Voloshyuk here, who has already been presenting today. Unfortunately, we don't have our company here, even though we had a project on the organic watermelons, but currently it is on the occupied territory, and we do not know how soon we will be able to get back to it. We hope that we will be able to restore our production next year. Also in the snacks categories, organic snacks, it's really good that in year 2022, there have been some new brands that entered the market. We have a Brancho trademark. They're doing now that they're working with the different types of marmalades, and that's very interesting of what they're doing. I do understand what it means to get a new organic product into the market from the idea to the implementation. It will take at the very least half a year, even if you're working in the very fast pace. Also speaking about the year 2022, when we're speaking about the organic products for children, then we have a new trademark as well available. If, for example, the Chudo Chowder trademark used to be presented with the organic purees for children. So right now we do have the non-dairy products that are now working with a trademark that So this has been a very brief outline for us to launch the discussion, and we will have the discussion. But before that, Martina Kisletska is going to tell us a little bit about what we have in the organic regulations. For us, that's very important as for the producers, because let us be honest, what we are doing, that we have been working with organic starting from the year 2012. And, we constantly, from my side, we do understand that for us, the organic sector, we are working with a very strict regulations. Those regulations are very strict and regulations are very transparent in the same time. But we are also very interested in, first of all, when the state is going to be working with the very same strict norms as we are following. That's the first thing. And another point that's very interesting for us is when the state is going to start prevent the violations from those producers who are, for example, labeling their products. There are some products already when they can see a lot of words being used on their packaging, like organic, bio, eco, natu products, like farmers products or whatever. So using like craft products. So using this labeling using this labeling illegally. So those producers who do believe that they can, for example, can use this words just to label them as an organic products in the market. We're working in a different regulation markets. So we would like to know what are the amendments and changes in our Ukrainian regulations right now. So please, Marina, the floor is yours. Hello, dear colleagues. I represent the Ministry of Agricultural Policy, and I'm the Deputy Head of the Department of the State Policies in Sanitary and Phytosanitary Measures. Do not be surprised. In our department, we do have a department also that is working on the developing of the new norms for the organic products. I will say straight away that the building of the regulation field is the competence for the Ministry of Agricultural Policy now. In the previous iteration, the Ministry of the Economy was responsible for that, but the people that are responsible for these businesses is just the same. We've migrated between the ministries and mandate, but we are following our authority and we're doing what we had to do, but with a different branding. Speaking about the strict requirements that should be applied to the state institutions that are building policies in certain sectors as well, I wanted to outline that, the most active sector in the Ministry of Agricultural Policy is the sector of the organic producers. So our organic community is the most active because we are connected with one active working group. Our task force is very active. All of the stakeholders are represented there, the ones that have been working with organic production, labeling, or marketing the organic products. And everything that we have created in the regulation field in Ukraine has been created jointly. The business, the certification bodies, our international partners and international projects have been joining this work. We're asking them, inviting them for the consultation stages, for the discussion stages. So we're working on the projects that have been already piloted in many other countries as well. We've got prepared to our Congress. We've understood that there is some information that we have to provide to you, the information that would be interesting for for our target audience. And we've tried to speak more, not about the achievements that we have, even though Marina is going to speak about that as well. So we have finalized the creation of the legal field that is needed for the Ukrainian market to function properly, for the Ukrainian market that is fulfilling its functions according to the Ukrainian legislation. But we still have some of the risks seen. We still see some of the challenges and some of the needs to continue our work further on. So Marina is a new person working in the organic sector. I will say it straight away. But our approach and the logic that we have been implementing in our department, I think that you will like it. So I will pass the floor to Marina, and I would like to ask you for your consideration for our presentation. Yes, thank you very much. Well, first of all, I also wanted to welcome everyone and would wanted to say that it's a pleasure for me to be joining the organic team as well. I'm sure that the results that the sector has already presented today is the results of the joint work for all of the actors in the market for the previous years. They have been working in all of the measures and in the policy and regulation measures as well for the development of the sector. For me, that's today's our event is a certain premiere, is a launch for my collaboration in the sector as well. So I just wanted to show you a presentation. So basically what I was able to outline as the most important things for us to understand today. Just very briefly, Ludmila has already said that the overall regulation field has already been completed. So we do have a framework legislation on organic in Ukraine that is implementing the three main regulations also that have been outlined by the European Union, that have been outlined in our association agreement as well. And this is the legislation that has been relevant in the European Union until 2022. That's something that has also been there's also been our legislation is now complemented with that. So we do have the 5 decrees that have been approved. We have the 10 additional legislative orders. So those are the controlling acts. So that we have the 2 decrees that regulate the possible inspections by the food services, who are outlining the period when these inspections should take place in the organic sector. And we do have 2 additional legislative orders. That was the most recent legislative work that has been conducted by the ministries, that has been the improvement of the controlling acts that give the opportunity for the state's food security services to conduct the inspections of the actors of the organic market for the operators and the certification bodies. There was one legislative order on the certification body inspections that is currently being given to the Ministry of Justice, and it should be registered anytime soon. So as soon as the final legislative order is going to be registered, then we are going to inform you, and basically you will be able to also see the relevant versions of all of those bylaws and regulation acts. And of course, the regulating of the sector that has been in the market before, so we need to set some of the rules for the market functioning of the sector. We know that there has been some troubles and challenges when all of this regulation happens, but we wanted to outline as well some positive moments for the development of the organic legislation frame that gives us the opportunity to speak about the effective regulation of the organic markets. First of all, the European integration direction of Ukraine is very important. Ukraine has chosen its path for the further development, and the implementation of the legislation is following the legislation is an important part of this way. We have to set out the certain rules, and we understand that if we have the certain rules to follow, we will need to have the controlling bodies to check that as well. That will be the opportunity for the integral producers to have the good opportunity to protect their rights. So has it already been said, for example, we have some producers who are only labeling their products as organic, but they're not following all of the other rules and thus misleading the customer. But what is the best thing? That first of all, when the customers are choosing the products with a higher VAT, they're going to be buying the products that will meet their expectations. So whatever choice that they will make, whether that's due to the health issues or maybe due to the climate position of the customer, if they want to buy organic products, it should meet their needs and their requirements. And of course, if we're speaking about the statistics data, so we don't have the state-approved statistics yet. So I think that's going to be the first push for us to track certain dynamics. We're going to have the registers as well, the registers that the Ministry of the Agricultural Policy is going to be responsible for. And we're going to be further on implementing the legislation. We're going to have an open access to that. The most important thing that we're going to have a unified database, and we're going to be able to track in real time what are the operators available on the internal markets, what are the sectors that they're representing. And of course, there's going to be the environmental component to that as well, because unlike the traditional agriculture, if we are developing the organic agricultural sector, then we're speaking about the support of the farmers, and we understand that all of those products used during the production stage, they're going to have less impact to the environmental component as well. And in the previous slide, it's also said that our framework legislation has been amended. There has been 3 main amendments. The main amendments were about the final revisions and transitional provisions. What are their about? Those are the amendments that have been provided in the couple of stages. The first in the foremost amendment is about the certification bodies. Well, the producers of the organic products that have been certified according to the international legislation, the foreign legislation, according to the European standards, they can sell their products until the 1st of July 2024. They are working in Ukrainian legislative frame as well. So we're not going to be using They're not going to be using those claims. There was a problem and then conversation with the anti-monopoly committee about that, about the differences in the registrations till the 1st of July 2024. All of the operators that have been under the certification body control, so all of the institutions that have been certified according to the European legislations, they can be, of course, after this body is going to be certified, is going to be included in the national system, they can be already outlined as the national operators as well. For example, if they are in the transitional period, if they haven't been fully certified yet, then this period is also going to be included, which is a big positive moment as well. And speaking on the state support, we have this opportunity outlined. So it's till the 1st of July, not the 1st of January. There is the opportunity for all of the operators that have been certified according to the European legislation to apply for the support of the state budget for the money for the agricultural production.
A lot has been said about state support. I will give a brief overview of these. So if we are talking about organic sector, then the main law was amended in 2020, then the resolution has been amended, and also if there is this support available, and we do have that it will be imposed for a period. So in case the support is available, it will be introduced into the law on Ukraine, on state budget of Ukraine. So the mechanism is there. And there was some problematic issues with the Ministry of Economy, but the organic sector, I'm sorry, it's vice versa. The organic sector was in the Ministry of Economy, but the Ministry of Agriculture was responsible for these programs. So this issue has already been regulated. And what is topical in 2023? What is available in the budget? First of all, this is the program from the Ministry of Economy. This is on horticulture, on greenhouses. So there are some funds available in the budget. There is another program with the Ministry of Agricultural Policy. It was the order number 38. And according to it, about 200 million hryvnias are allocated for organic producers, in particular those who use meliorated lands. Is there any question? I'm talking about this order number 38. So it's 199 million hryvnias. So who we should go to you, to somebody else, when we are talking about allocation of these funds? So the old allocation order does not function, but the funds are available. So please tell us how we can get access to these. Well, the law, this order has been amended recently. The figure was slightly different. If you remember, well, I put this question and they stated it will be implemented till the end of the year. Well, another department actually is in charge of this issue, and if you need it, may give you some contacts. Unfortunately, there is no mic. So the question is, should the producers go to the regional administration? I think the information will be available at the website of the ministry. And also definitely there will be the information in the state agrarian register, because they constantly update the programs available. So the information will be there. Here you see some other programs available. Definitely the state program 579 is there, and the producers were really a bit worried whether it will be prolonged. And actually in March, the decision was made that it will be prolonged. So this is important. Apart from the fact that we already have the legislation, it is being implemented. Implementation of legislation. If we are talking about the mandate of the Ministry of Agricultural Policy, the first stage is to confirm the knowledge of the competence of 31 inspectors working in the sector. At the beginning of the war, the commission was set up and 31 inspectors got their certificates regarding confirmation of their knowledge in the organic area. As a result, these inspectors, actually the certification bodies, could have a chance to apply for certification. So another mechanism was launched. We got some applications. There were not many of them, and on the 10th of March, we set up the commission, and there were certain examinations conducted. And once again, we have more applications, and the process is ongoing. So I hope we shall continue working in this particular direction. 2 more bodies applied for accreditation and certification, and I hope that in April there will be a national body working on the market. So the moment all the documents are obtained, this institution will be registered among the certification authorities. So the moment we fill in the register of certifying bodies, then the register of operators will be filled in, and then the register of organic seeds and planting materials. The ministry is ready. I would like to mention a couple of words about the conditions of selling the organic products and what are the differences. It's really topical for the producers. After the transition period is over, now there are two options in the market. They are on top in the slide. We are talking about the organic product certified according to the EU standards and the organic product imported to Ukraine. We do hope that soon we are going to have organic products certified in the national system with the state logotype on it, and the legislation allows that the organic products certified abroad may be sold in the Ukrainian market if there is a relevant certificate for its copy. After the transition period is over, there will be the following options. First of all, this will be the products certified by the National Certification Authority, and it will be sold if there is certificate for production or sale. This will be imported organic products, and imported organic products will be sold in case there is the certificate provided by the national authority. Probably it will be the import certificate, because in our legislation it is said that the import products produced in another country is recognized in Ukraine as organic products. But if we are talking about retail, the importers are supposed to obtain the certificate from our National Certification Authority. And then there is organic products produced in Ukraine, which is to be exported. It cannot be sold at the internal market. It is export-oriented products. Summing up my presentation, I would like to say that there will be some potential risks during this transition period. First of all, only 2 authorities have applied for certification, and one of them covers the majority of operators functioning in the internal market of Ukraine. But for the market to have a chance to develop, and taking into account that, for example, this authority may be excluded from the register because there are such options in the legislation. Definitely, we would like to have more authorities like this at the national market. So this is one of the risks. And another risk is that the certified products cannot be sold in the internal market of Ukraine. I'm talking about the products which are certified exclusively by the foreign certification authorities. And if we do not have the national certification authority, the risk is that the national operators will have to undergo certification procedure once again. This is the information for the producers, and it is more important for those who produce the organic products, which is to be exported, and they are controlled not by those authorities which have applied for certification nowadays. And I would like to specifically mention the issues of control. According to the legislation, the control in the organic sector is done by the State Consumer Service of Ukraine. We have a peculiarity in our law. For example, unlike the food and feedstuff law, this control covers the certification authorities, the operators, and this is something that is very topical for you. So what is the peculiarity? The operators are those who produce the products, who sell the products to the final consumers. So actually, the State Consumer Service of Ukraine does not have the competence to control the final sales of the product to the final consumer. So in case any shop sells to the organic products, they are not responsible for this. Well, the State Consumer Service of Ukraine cannot control this shop with respect to legislation for organic products. And there is also an option in our law that at the stage of operator check, there, for example, may be some products identified marked as organic products, and only in this case, the State Consumer Service of Ukraine may take certain measures to this or that operator. It means we as producers, particularly in the past, were giving some explanations. This is organic product, this is non-organic product. And then some producers said, well, why do I need to certify my product? I'm honest, that's okay. Some people were saying, well, their certificates can be bought, but I'm honest, I'm not going to buy this certificate for organic products. And I'm honest with you. This is actually a very painful issue for us as the producers. Well, we are also concerned about these issues. We would like to regulate this point. So what's the problem now? The retailers are not certified. So retail is controlled with respect of safety, and regular and irregular checks can be done with respect to safety issues. So what can be done in the market nowadays? The Anti-Monopoly Committee of Ukraine have some competence. For example, when we are talking about the attempts to mislead the consumers, what is the procedure? Any consumer, any citizen, any enterprise may file a complaint, and the case will be considered by the Anti-Monopoly Committee. There may be some fines, and there may be some preliminary decision. If the measures are taken by the producer, there will be no fines. But if the measures are not taken, the fines are quite significant. So there are now planned actions. So we are talking about non-systemic control. And definitely this issue should be regulated. Moreover, it should be done by the State Consumer Service of Ukraine. And we have prepared amendments to the order on the general order on food products and foodstuff. This is the order which is common for a couple of departments, and we would like to use the norm on marking or labeling the products, particularly labeling which is not true. We have a norm about the labeling that does not meet the legislation, but is not harmful for human health. So now we are trying to amend the law in accordance with the updated EU legislation. So we would like to address the situation and somehow manage this, because really all the measures taken by the producers, I mean the control measures, at some stage lose their sense. And finally, about our work, since the 1st of January 2022, there is the new regulation, which is functioning in the EU, and we have a task force working on this issue. My colleague mentioned that our representatives are very active. Moreover, some projects help us to directly communicate with those who have already some experience of addressing these issues. I'm talking about our German colleagues and many others, because the regulation of the Council of Europe does not regulate all the issues, and we have to settle them ourselves. And some more points. So what will be the changes in the regulation of the EU? The first point, the application area will be broader. It will be possible to certify the organic products directly related to agriculture, for example, leather, wool, cotton, and I think this is really positive because these products are produced during organic production and they may be sold. Again, certain procedures have been clarified. For example, what steps should be taken in case there is suspicions about pollution by forbidden substances. The procedure is clarified, the authorities are mentioned, the steps taken by the operators and certification authorities are described, and definitely the shelf life of those food products are indicated. The next point is something new in the European legislation, and this is the opportunity for group certification. Ukrainian legislation will also have this norm. So far, we cannot make any conclusions how it's going to work. We have also had a number of debates and discussion on this topic, and this opportunity will be included into the Ukrainian legislation. I think that this is, again, the novelty for the European Union, and so far there have not been any examples. This is just the opportunity. This is not binding. Another point, the operating regulation is the one adopted in 2017, and it covers all areas, and there are some control rules for the food sector. For example, the competent authority will delegate some competences to the certification authority. There will be less load on the producers because the risks identified by the certification authority and the competent authority may coincide in order to reduce the strain on the operators. So it will be possible to delegate the authority and the powers to the certification authority. And another important and sensitive issue, the regulation 848 presupposes that it is possible to exempt from certification only networks who sell packed organic products and those shops that sell not big volumes. And only such shops and retailers will be exempt from the requirement to get certification. This is a new issue for Ukraine, so we have to study how it worked before and what's going in the European Union. And all these issues will be discussed among the members of our task forces, and our legislation should be brought in line with that of the EU.
And once again, so that we were speaking about our domestic market. So right now we're going to be talking about the exporters. What are the changes in the European legislation as well? So the previous approach that was active about the certification according to the international standards and European standards as well, the certification that given us the opportunity to acknowledge all of our certifications for the export needs, that's going to be only relevant to the 31st of December 2024. So we don't have that much of time left. Of course, the usage of the standards, it's mostly important for the markets. When using standards, it's something that makes the market in better harmony, but there is this kind of requirement for the European market. And as far as most of our producers are export-oriented producers, so there has to be also the re-accreditation for the new conditions. So yes, they're going to be working with this 2 programs right now. It is left, but unfortunately, if it's out of microphone, we can't hear the questions or the commentary that's been given. What it used to be right now. So before that, we had the European legislation, but now we're going to work with our domestic legislation as well. When it's changed in Europe, then we're going to have it changed in Ukraine as well. But we're starting with the exports and updating it to the new realities and the new conditions. So yes, those are the most important things that we have outlined for ourselves. But if you'll have some questions, happy to answer that. Yes, we'll have some questions. Yes, I'm sorry, but we're out of time already. So yes, I know that we're out of time, and we know that we've had some kind of backbone, and right now we have this backbone growing meat. So we do hope that it's going to already build up to become a good sportsman who's going to be really nice in performance. So just one question, and we're going to switch to the overall analysis of the market situation. Like you said, we had the backbone, but we started it for 2013. The law has started in 2013, but right now we're in 2023. Yanukovych has signed the law on the organic production, but that's not the point that I wanted to make. A very important question I wanted to make. A lot of people who have the land lots, they are taking away the land and they are going to become the self-produced farmers. And we talked with Taras about that. The 8340, it has presupposed different correlations between the organic producers and producers that use chemical substances. So according to the Ukrainian and European requirements, there have to be certain limits of what you can use with the organic soils as well. But there is a different component. For example, you have used some chemicals for your soya plants, and the wind has brought it to the organic fields as well. Those limits that you have presupposed in the legislation between the organic and non-organic fields is not enough. There is a fine of 100 hryvnias. So, and this is something that we are going to expect. So, I don't know about the other regions, but in Zhytomyr, we have a lot of, for example, the single owners of the land, they do not want to rent out the land for you no longer, and they are starting their own farms. And there's also in the villages, we have the private grounds that take 50 or 80%. They can use it, for example, for applying the soybeans, and they're using the herbicides, and this is something that can be impacting the organic fields as well. So maybe you can consider that as well. And we do hope for you as the new young person, active person, maybe you will respond to that challenge faster. And we need to consider that as well. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies. Unfortunately, we don't have time for the further discussion. We would like to ask for once again the presentation to see who we have today. So let us talk about our domestic market, because we're really out of time, but we just need to discuss the situation in the market. So what have we seen? What have happened in this year, I mean in year 2022, what have we seen in year 2022? And the next question, I think that would be one of the most important. And, in my point of view, as the producer, what is very important. Okay, we're now working in some way, but in order for us to survive, in order for us to continuing working and continuing developing, we should think of what it is that we have to do when we're going to win. So there's two questions that are very important. I'm going to maybe answer those two questions personally so that we can start and launch the discussion overall. For the year 2022, what we have seen that was a downfall that we have experienced, and the downfall from 30 up to 50% in the overall production when we're talking about the pre-war sales and pre-full-scale war sales. So depending on the category of the products, it was very interesting, for example, for me to notice as well that since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we've had a lot of grocery sales sold, of course, but for example, our sweet snacks, the sublimated berries or the sublimated cocoas that were really tasty, interesting, but they were not sold at all. So basically, it felt like it was kind of a luxury product. So, people just said like, no, 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 I'm not going to buy that. Right now, the trend has changed overall. So people are starting to buy those interesting, tasty snacks. So people are now having some price to buy additional products as well. So this was my try to answer the questions of what happened with the sales, for example, from my company, from what we have been providing, what we have been producing as well. And the second point that I wanted to start the discussion with, because, personally, myself and my company, in order not to, get mad and to go through these tough times, we have launched a lot of projects. And we do hope that maybe in a year or in a year and half a year or a year are going to give us an internal intensification as well. And they're going to help us to improve the efficiency of our work as well. Before that, I thought like, what do we mean by increasing the productivity of your work twice? So, I thought that if you worked like from 9 till 5, then right now it means that you need to work, for example, from 9 till 5 and do that twice a day. No, no, that's not like this. There's a lot of processes that you can automate. There's a lot of processes that you can, for example, add with some digitalization, so on and so forth. There's a lot of other moments how you can improve the motivation of the people. And this is the one that the thing that we're working on right now. This is something that really helps us, for example, not to get fully consumed with this emotional stress. And this is something that gives us the opportunity to plan for the future. When we have this understanding, when we have this future, when we understand that we're living for the future, we're living not only solely in this situation, it really helps us knowing that the future will come. It really helps us to stay strong and to keeping up with that. But it's very interesting to listen to Olana and her experience as the producers. And we would really like to know from the example, the good wine representatives as well, what happened with the organics in their retail as well. Yes, I would add to what Andrei has said. I fully agree with what has been said. And in our company, we also has lived through this crisis and we've tried to set out the timing really strictly. So there was a lot of things that what we do before. So for example, if for example in a day we used to process 25 tons of milk, so right now we need to have a half a day for that because we have a really strict limitations with time, and so there's basically we cannot afford working as we did before, so we're trying to save money as much as possible and trying to save everything as much as possible. Speaking on domestic market, yes, we have experienced the downfall as well. We have experienced the 35% downfall for all of the categories of goods. Well, it's not about the organic eggs, unfortunately or unfortunately, but the situation with eggs is quite different right now. But if we're talking about the dairy and meat products, then of course that's the market that has experienced downfall on around 35%. So we are picking on exports. There's a lot of issues that I can also discuss later on. But speaking about the domestic market, of course, we need to choose the top products, the one that are going to be the most popular right now, that there is the high demand among our customers. We have been broadly presented in Kherson and in Zaporizhia, and so those markets are not available for us right now. The overall migration is the problem that impacts all of us. So basically, for us to be able to introduce effectively something was, first of all, to cut our costs and expenses. For example, we started an hourly planning of our businesses. And what we're doing as well, we're starting to promote those products that are in the most demand right now. So once again, we will be able to cut the costs because again, I have an extensive experience as a manager, and I have no idea what it is that we can do today with our organic products, because we have spoken about that in our internal discussions that we should switch to the non-organic production, but we understand that it will not give us any kind of benefits, and we will be working with, and we will not be doing the product good enough then. So basically, we are still working in organic, but we're trying to cut the costs as much as possible. And we're trying to do the systematization, the full systematization. We do a lot of planning, we do a lot of control, and we are praying for the war to end. And as soon as the war ends, I am sure that our product will be definitely in high demand. That's for sure. We're sure about that. The only thing that we ever have to do, we have to win. We have to wait for the victory. And I do hope that this is all that I wanted to wish to our colleagues, to patience, patient, 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 and everything will be okay with us. So I will pass the floor to our great director. I just wanted to say that we really love good wine as our partner. And we always say if we've had like 10 or 20 retailers as good wine in Ukraine, then all of the organic producers would have forgotten what the retail of product is, because an organic producers would really flourish in Ukraine. So dear good wine, I'm sorry for addressing you like this, addressing you not with a name, because I don't know what your name is, but I hope that you will be continuing to develop yourselves as well. I do hope that there will be more and more customers coming to you, and I hope that you will grow bigger and bigger, and this will be the best thing. And this is one thing that we wanted to wish you as well. So Artem, we really, really love good wine. Yes, really, thank you. But that's in good wine right now, what we have, for example, the managers who are working with a couple of categories, I think that you can see it here as well. So I think that you can give us the outlines of the main categories. We don't want to get, the commercial secrets, like, the uh, amounts of items, amount of units sold, or additional revenue that you received on that. But it would be interesting to know what is the market situation based on your experience already. Yes, hello. I really would like to say something positive, but I will have to speak about the reality right now. So, the organic market has downfall. It's around 50% compared to the pre-full scale invasion time. And starting from starting from autumn 2022, our sales in organic products started to grow. But then we had the blackouts as well, and the electricity cutout that impacted the sales as well. I'm working with groceries, and not all people would like to buy buckwheats because it's really hard to cook, and it will have a growth in the porridge because it was easier to cook. And what we have seen, that's the demand has downfallen because a lot of women and children have left. So, for example, our ready-made dishes are really popular right now because men are actually buying everything that is ready-made, and they're not buying the products that they have to cook themselves. Okay, but what will be first? So whether we're going to have the amount of this organic and healthy product for those mothers and children, and they will be back, or they will be back and then for a couple of months we're going to get those products back and they will already switch to the other categories. What should be done? Well, I think that as soon as our clients, the ladies with children, are going to be back, then the organic demand will grow. Even though now we have the trends that a lot of the smaller suppliers, they're also switching to organics, and there's times. So there is the demand for that. And I do believe that the people who have bought organic products before, they continue buying organics right now, the people who have faith in that. There is the category of clients that, for example, are not really trusting the Ukrainian organic market. They do not trust the Ukrainian certification, and sometimes they choose the organic products that is produced abroad. But I do hope that we're going to be working on promoting the Ukrainian market as well. Yeah, so by the way, I have bought the Italian milk and yours. Yes, Ukrainian is tastier. Yes, everything is tastier. Yes, so I do believe that we need a bit of time. It's hard to say what to do right now because we do understand that the most important thing is for the women to get back. Then when we will have everything more or less settled. Yes, thank you very much. That's interesting to know what's happening in other categories of products as well. From my side as a producer, I just wanted to add out that when we've had the blackouts, well, the big cuts outs when, for example, we didn't have electricity for a couple of days, then you had this very depressed feeling, and we can see how all of the sales fall. As soon as the lights were on, even if it was just for a couple of hours in a week, then the sales got surprised as well. Well, the sales downfall, they were falling in the categories of product that needed additional processing, additional cooks. But speaking about, for example, the fast cooking products, they have been bought really, really fast. So I think that maybe we could think about this market as well of ready-made products or the ones that are fast to cook. Yes, that's an interesting thing. That's an interesting thought. Yes, thank you. Hello. My name is Bogdan. I am responsible for the fruits and vegetables categories. I think that's just the same for us. We just have the same situation, so we would believe that around plus minus 40% of the downfall. But we've also had this situation that some of the producers, and we're working with the people who are located around 100 kilometers uh, around the shops. But our producers have been under Russian occupation during spring. So a couple of our producers there were not able to work, and it's just right now they're getting back to business, they're getting back to their production. And also, the winter growing also didn't work out because if there's no lights, then there's no greenhouses and there's no vegetables. A lot of people have the modern heating systems and they cannot work with adjusted batteries or alternative supply, but so it's really hard to work with that. So right now people are getting back to their position as well. They have some positive understanding. We already have the organic cucumbers coming on, so our colleagues from Kharkiv are already growing that, and there are the smaller local growers also starting to get to some amount of supply. But once again, we do not have the big sales because we don't have women, mostly women, where the men are our buying power. So yeah, basically women. Yes, well, yes, the men they were basically buying everything that you can buy that already made. So the ready prepared salads. So they're not going to be choosing the direct vegetables and fruits. Yes, thank you very much. That's very interesting. Hi, my name is Artem. I represent the dairy department. If speaking about the dairy department, then I think that we have experienced the downfall of around 50–60%, because as my colleagues have said, basically the biggest product baskets of our customers was provided by women and children. So the people who have left here, and if we're talking about the overall our sales in the shops in all of the categories of our products, then we're experiencing the downfall from 40 to up to 60%. And up till this new year, we have seen this downfall stopped. And right now it's in a standstill. So I would say that the problem is that we do not have people. So we had a lot of people that have left Ukraine, and not just women and children, but there's a lot of people who have migrated and who have left not just Ukraine, but who left Kiev and who have already taken their businesses to the west of Ukraine. So that's something that impacts us as well. So we're going to be experiencing that unless we have the people back. When there is lesser people, then lesser people are buying our products. And speaking about the organic market, if we're talking about the dairy products, then there is a specific type of the products because there is not a big price. Yes, so we're really grateful for this dairy products. We don't have this high price or high differences between organic and non-organic products as in other groups. Yes, we do understand that is really hard for our suppliers to keep the prices on the very same level, but our shop is associated with that. We have been introducing the organic products for a longer period of time. We have tried to get people to better understanding of what was the difference between the different products. And this is a very long stage for the people to be aware of that. And it's a long path, a long way, and we're trying our best to make it clearer for the customers what organic products are about. Unfortunately, we're only speaking about the limited amount of people that understand that. Yes, and I wanted to add up as well that unfortunately, the people who have left to Europe, they are the people who had a better understanding. Let us say they had a better understanding and they have understood what organic products are and what is it about. So those were the people who left, unfortunately. Okay, but we have already seen that, just to make up a brief summary. So we have seen this trend that there is, so we have seen that, that we're ending up the stagnation right now, we're ending up the standstill, and we have some feelings and we have some chances that this line, this curve is going to end up and it's not going to grow, but at least we'll start moving and developing further on. And I do believe that when the spring comes, the mood is better. When the mood is better, then we understand that, there's also the different indexes, and the index of for example, the procurement that mood of the customers. And I do believe, like for example, in Kyiv's experience, if you didn't have a lot of shelling in the longer time, that you believe that you can buy some things and not just keeping up the money for yourself. Yes, I just wanted to add up to one thing that you have said as well, that what we have tracked the trend already, that the people are trying to get back to the normal moral feeling and to the normal emotional state. And there is a big demand for organic products, for the superfoods, for example, for the things that are really helping to keep up with a healthy lifestyle and the healthy living. So right now they were going through spring and there is the basics need for the greens, for the salads. And for example, we have already seen some growth already. So I do believe that we're really hopeful for that. Yes, and the thing for the customers' baskets, what we have seen as well, that the people are getting back to the healthy nutrition as well and healthy eating. That is something that is really good for us, because before that, in the autumn, we have seen that people are trying to cope with stress with food. And right now we see a lot of customers who have seen and they're trying to buy the healthy products and they're also buying organic products. So we can see this trend rising. So maybe even the men that are going to be buying more organic products as well. I can only give my experience, and I just wanted to share with my experience as well. So I had a big stress, and I've been really depressed before the new year, and I've also actually tried to use food as an antidepressant, and I've tried to eat it out. So, but then I've had a clear understanding that it's not sustainable. You can't take that long. So it's either that you're trying to get yourself out, or basically you're going to stay in this state for a longer period of time. And you kind of have to understand that you will have to pull yourself out of this situation. And when you're pulling yourself out, you're starting to keep on developing and moving further on. Yes, and just give summing up, I just wanted to have this one maybe desire from organic sides to the ministry side, because you have said about the legislation, you have spoken on the legislation right now. I think that in order for us to get to the exporting markets, if the state has certain certification of its own, then you're not going to sell your products at this at the shops unless you are certified. For example, if the organic standards and the European LIF is being approved in the territory of the European Union and Europe, then the UK, it's also they have their own certification system. And in order to get to their markets, I need to pass their certification as well. But you have said that in the Ukrainian markets, there is that you can sell to the to the products, only the certified products, starting from 2024, the product that will be certified according to the Ukrainian legislation. So we would like to ask you to do the same norm, for the important products as well. Oh yes, if it's presupposed. So for example, if our partner Good Wine is going to import the dairy products, so they have to be certified as well according to the Ukrainian markets, and then there will be, yes, the importer has to provide the certification. They have to receive the certificate according to the Ukrainian legislation. So the certification of the flow. So the importer has to have the certificate according to for the passing of the border. So there's going to be the certificate that's going to be providing their correspondence to the organic production, but then there's going to be the certification for the imports.
But I cannot sell my products in the English market until I get their certification. So why do we accept them here? Probably it should not be for all the products, but at least for the organic products. Just imagine what kind of boost it will give to the organic market of Ukraine. Yes, the issue is what kind of certificates we can talk about, because we have production and circulation, and circulation is import, export, and transfer or relocation. And so far, we have two certificates for the foreign products, the origin and the circulation. So probably you should introduce some amendments into the project, and this amendment should be that the foreign product should be certified in Ukraine. This is a very good proposal. Yeah, this is a very practical issue. Because I'm talking about our market, I have seen the situations when it looks like the foreign products are brought to Ukraine. It is marked as organic, but it costs twice cheaper as similar product of mine. And I understand that because this importer is not certified here, it may take several tons, for example, of organic product, 1 ton of organic product, and then it may bring 10 tons of non-organic product, and will sell it as organic. So I'm waiting for the good legislation for us to be able to trace such cases. For example, we have the grain market. The grain is sold at the price $200, and it cannot be sold at 100. This is a fake. So we do need this certification. Well, the launch of legislation and implementation of legislation will tell us what kind of issues we should address. Definitely, we cannot talk about ideal situation, but we already have a list of problematic issues. We are going to pay attention to them. Dear colleagues, we have exceeded our time immensely. One more question, please, and unfortunately, there is no mic. Thank you. Thank you, Andrei, for addressing this point. And I would like to say that so here is the question. Among the participants of our panel discussion are people actually who can influence this issue. This is not about jurisdiction. This is about some generic point. There should be a demand on behalf of the organic producers. We are not talking about the jurisdiction of countries. We are talking about generic legal issue. And it means that there should be a commission established that will consist of producers, and we should probably prepare a declaration approved and certified by the notary. This is something we do in the Association of Organic Ukraine, where we have the Union of Producers. So we try to take a very rigorous look at the Ukrainian legislation, and we would like to actually make it proper. But this is not the issue of jurisdiction between the countries, but this is just a proper legal issue. And I have a question to you. You are the founder of Agrarian company, and do you have, for example, some environmental formula? So, for example, we have a formula for natrium, we have a formula for soap. Do you have a formula about these eco products? For example, eco coffee, which is not grown in our country. I think I'm talking about this organic coffee. Well, this is also an environmental issue. Quite recently, I was talking to a person, and the person said that, well, it's so nice to have this environmental conversation with you. And I would say that the majority of organic producers are motivated by this by environmental issues. Probably during the first 4, 5, or 6 years, it was not like business. For example, you have investments, then you have return on investments, and then you invest them again. And now you understand that this project is not only about finance, it's also about social issues, environmental issues, value-based issues, because the UN had addressed people saying, stop being vampires. We have to think about this issue. So in case we bring products from other countries, how we can operate within a closed circle format. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for this panel. Well, we are beyond our timing. Please, just one tiny remark, not a question. If you pay attention to the way the alcohol producers promote their products, it is done very quickly, and it is done not in a way that you see it. And again, organic products are not promoted. There are no advertisements. The population can get the information from the website of the Ministry of Agricultural Policy, which is not probably very popular among common consumers. So I would probably suggest that we think about the way how we can boost the awareness of our population in some simple forms. It seems to me it will be really good, because that will enable us to sell more of such products. And one more issue I would like to mention about the work of the ministry. This is not only legislation. The ministry addresses many other issues. You know that there was the topic on organic feedstuff, when we were trying to add, for example, 5% of non-organic feed, and this issue was regulated. We wrote some documents to 10 European countries. We were addressing the institutions in the EU. So what I'm talking about, the ministry is responsible not only for establishment of the legal field, but we do many other aspects, for example, communication with the State Consumer Service of Ukraine, and many other things. We are open, we are transparent, we are ready to create favorable conditions for businesses. And on behalf of business, I would like to say that everybody should understand that advertisement of organic products is not the one in, for example, our TV marathon. Organic products will be consumed by people, by our population, when we cultivate this habit from the kindergarten, from schools. So right now we should start from agrarian educational establishments, when we, for example, give lots of knowledge to the students about organic agriculture. And from these, students will be able to get very quick feedback, will immediately see the outcome. I have two sons. One son is actually born not long time ago, and he is trying to find in the supermarket organic kinders. And this is because he was brought in this atmosphere from the very childhood. My eldest son also has lots of knowledge about it, and he's trying to promote organic industry. So the task of the ministry, the task of the authorities to establish this culture at all the levels, and by doing this, we'll be able to achieve incredible results. Well, we definitely are limited in terms of functions, and we also cooperate with the German-Ukrainian technical assistance. Definitely, we shall prepare some leaflets about organic industry, and we shall distribute these leaflets. So, well, there are some resources. We'll try to use them. We'll try to use different tools available. And we have been talking about this issue with Stefan Dressman, and we thought that probably support will be given in the area of certification. Dear friends, thank you very much, but really we are beyond our time, and thank you very much for being active in this panel. Thank you, and I think our main conclusion will be that we would like the ministry to expand its mandate and do more than it is doing now. So if you need some assistance on our part, we'll be able to help you. Internal markets. We have finished the panel. We have started with it because without local demand, without support and development of internal market, we won't be able to develop export market. And definitely we should have 95% of internal markets and 5% of export, and vice versa. And I would like to say that all those people who were our panelists will stay here. There will be lunch in probably 1 hour. And now I would like to give the floor to Anastasia Village, who is the head of marketing department, marketing organic. She is the moderator of the next panel on external markets. I will give the floor to our speakers. Today we have our foreign speaker. This is Mr. Burkhard Shire. Please, let's have Zoom on. So from internal issues, we'll go to external issues. And I think the panel will be very interesting for all those people who were working in the external markets and who will be working in the external markets. We'll be talking about the changes in the market, what was discussed during biofuels, so how the market is accepted, whether Ukraine is still considered to be a good supplier of organic raw material all over the world. So all these issues will be presented to us by Mr. Burkhard Shire. We are welcoming you here, Burkhard. Burkhard is the engineer on agriculture. He is the co-founder and director of EcoCept, and this topic will be organic markets, recent developments, innovations, and figures. Burkhard, you have the floor.
Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you to the organizers. I hope that you can understand me well, that the sound is good, and I do hope that you will soon see the presentation on the screen. Is it okay with you? Perhaps I can just have some feedback whether you see the screen, thumbs up. Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'll try to be quick. Organic markets, recent developments, what's happening in the world and in Europe mainly. The preparation was prepared by my colleagues and myself. Thanks again for the honor to be with you today, and congrats to all the work that you do and that you did. I listened to the discussion that you had this morning, and it's really fascinating what you're achieving. A very short presentation of myself and of our company. Ecocept is a French-German company. We are existing since 22 years. We are specialized in sustainable supply chains in agri-food, and we are strongly specialized in organic farming and organic food. Like 70 or 80% of our projects are dealing with organic. I'm myself an agriculture engineer. As I said, we are French-German, so I'm German-born and raised, and I'm living in the south of France here with Lucie, the team as of last year when we met in the south of France. Our team mainly of agriculture engineers. What are we doing very, very quickly? Of course, a lot of projects in 20 years, more than 20 years. We are working with public deciders, private companies, and we do research. And this mixture is giving us insights on the organic market since 20 years as observers and as consultants. What I'm going to talk about is an introduction. I will talk about the idea of a ceiling for organic. Do we reach something like a maximum here in the organic market development? And the current developments in organic markets, mainly in France and Germany, some short views on other organic markets in Europe, and then some conclusion and a debate. Let's start with this very general picture. Organic knows only growth. I mean, this was true at least until 2020, and you see this very strong and long growth that we had in the organic market in Europe. And you see it's accelerating here in to 15 to 19, and then even leaping forward, accelerating again under the influence of the COVID crisis. Look, please, as well here, 2008, 2009, on the average of Europe, the huge financial crisis of this period. It was the biggest financial crisis since the Second World War in 2008, 2009, no influence on organic. So what's behind all this? Of course, there's a strong tendency towards a healthier and more sustainable lifestyle, which is the engine, the driver behind this development. But then, surprise, in 2021, a slowdown in several markets and several supply chains, even a decline in some of the supply chains. After all these years of growth, bad news from the organic market. And then again in 2022, when there was slowdown in some markets and in some supply chains or market channels in 2021, now in 22, it's almost general. There's really a lot of countries where organic is losing market importance. So this is bringing us to the idea of the ceiling for organic market. The organic is reaching a maturity and is supposed to decline. That's what you can often read in the professional newspapers, or what you can see in some discussions about the organic market development. It's inspired from the very classical idea of the life cycle of a product or a brand. All of you who did some marketing at one moment in your life, you heard of this concept. It is a concept which is meant to describe a product or a brand or a very defined small market. But in organic, we have another ambition. I mean, organic is not just a product, it's not just a brand. The logic of organic is transversal, and the ambition is to replace by innovation. Organic is an innovation in the food sector, a multitude of products and brands And all these products and brands have their own life cycle. So we can apply this scheme here on all of these different products, but not on organic as a whole. And then if you look at the market share, for example, in France, we have something like 6 or 7%. It's the same thing in Germany, but there are other countries where we have more than 10%. So why should there be a ceiling now, maximum now at 6.5% in France? Not quite evident. And if you look at several product markets, more specifically in different commodities, then you see that you have market share for organic milk in Denmark, which is 42%. We have a market share for early childhood products in the United States, which is 72%, 15% for eggs in France, 27% for organic eggs in Germany. So why should there be some magic ceiling for organic? It's really not evident in my eyes. So this is just as an introduction. Now let's look just very quickly at the overall picture worldwide. We have these huge markets, the US with the biggest market, 50 billion euro. And then France and Germany is second, third. China is already the fourth market. Then comes Canada, and then back to Europe with these countries, Italy, like all around 3, 4, 2 billion euros. This is just for the general picture. And here again, you see the situation in Europe, and you see the very dynamic development during the last years, especially in France. You see this curve here in France. They had market growth of 15, 18, or 20%, and it was a huge task for all the market actors, farmers, to processors, to retailers, to handle this growth and to put all those products on the market. In 1 year, we had 25% more organic milk on the French market than the year before. That's huge, and it puts a huge stress on everybody who's working in the supply chain. So imagine those people who have always been looking on growth and that are now, by surprise, facing a situation of decline. So the biggest market in Europe, you have them here, France, Germany account for half of all organic products that are sold in Europe. Then come some smaller markets and the rest of Europe here. Let's go into the question, what happened in 2021 and in 2022. There is the effect of the COVID crisis. During the COVID crisis, organic accelerated, as did many other products that were linked to sustainability in the wide sense of the meaning. And COVID was at first, by a lot of observers, considered as an accelerator, as a game changer in favor of sustainability. But at the end of the crisis, quite surprisingly, the inverse thing happened. Now all the sustainable trends were rolling back, sometimes on the level of before the crisis and sometimes even beyond. People under COVID cooked more at home. After COVID, they don't do any cooking at home. People did more sport. Now they don't do any sport any longer. So it's really something people go back to a status quo until. Then, of course, we have the post-crisis of the sanitary situation, and we have the war in Europe, the war in Ukraine. And under this huge impression of insecurity, European consumers reduce their consumption in all alternative commodities. Not only organic is impacted, as well some local products are impacted. Bulk, anything that is called ecological or something like that, natural, and even vegetarian, sorry, error here. Vegetarian products are less consumed than before the crisis. Then in France, you have the special situation that there are new green labels that came up during the last years and which are cannibalizing the original organic label. Originally, we only had one organic label in France on the very left-hand side, and now we have these new green labels which are far from having the same standards, but which are cannibalizing consumer perception and purchase power. Inflation is strong, of course, some 10 to 14, 15% in France, and it's accelerating the tendency to cheap and basic products. And you see it with the distributor brands that are exploding in France at this moment. So in 2021, the organic market in France already declined by 1.3%, and we have more than 4% in 2022, which is a huge problem for a lot of market actors. And then we have little area growth for the organic acreage in France. Farmers seem to be reluctant to convert to organic given the circumstances. Some more details on what happened in France. So we have the situation that all market channels are losing ground in terms of organic sales, and there's only one market channel who is winning some organic sales, which is the discount. It's the huge German retail discount chain like Lidl and Aldi, and they are having a positive development of 1.6%. The general retail is -4%, and the organic food stores, which are very stable and a very important market sector in France, they lose more than 12%. You see in the conventional retail a phenomenon of products that are sold, that are sorted out of the shelves. They are delisted. They are not offered to the consumer any longer. End of down trading, which means that there are, when there's still organic products, then they are organic products from distributor brands and not longer the high quality brands. So the organic specialized retail, as I said already, they fall back by 12%, and we expect that there might be some 300 organic shops shutting down in 2022, 2023. So some 10% of the entire park of organic shops. Last information here, you see the offer and the demand here on this graph in supermarkets, conventional supermarkets. And you see that in a way, offer is declining even when demand is rising. So you have here some moments where the organic demand is rising again and getting stabilized, but the offer is still continuing to decline here as well in this situation. So partly designers in supermarkets, they really anticipate consumer behavior. They are afraid of consumers will not buy organic any longer, and they take the products out of the shelves before even consumers can buy them. So that's a very difficult situation, because of course that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If the products are not there any longer, they can't be bought any longer. You have a problem in the motivation of the deciders in the conventional retail to do good work for organic products in France. Organic is as well in France less attractive in public debate. There is some organic bashing in the media. A lot of media are reporting negative messages about organic, which are more or less true. Every slightest doubt of some organic scandal or is really rolled out in the media and in the public discussion. There's actually nothing really happening, but they're always insisting on the doubts and always insisting on the real advantage of organic, and always doubting the ecological and other advantages of organic farming. The agriculture policy is not openly supporting organic farming any longer, so that's a very difficult situation for farmers in France, because they were guaranteed subsidies, and now sometimes they don't get them at all, or sometimes they get them very lately, and sometimes they get them with 2 or 3 years later in the smaller amount. So it's really a very difficult situation for farmers who want to plan ahead. And there is a real risk of loss of attractivity in consumer perception, because some of the messages of organic farming don't get through any longer. And you see, on the other hand, despite of all this, in the supermarket, there is still the situation that organic products are regularly sold out. So consumer demand is still there, but the supermarkets don't provide enough organic products any longer. So regularly, here in the milk and here in the eggs and here in the fruit and vegetable, you have empty shelves when it comes to the organic offer. It's an absurd situation in a way. Then the organic value chains are fragilized. Egg and meat, we have a slowdown in production and disengagement of mixed actors. I mean, there are companies who sell as well organic eggs as conventional eggs, and they are reducing the offer in organic. In milk, we will have an overproduction in organic this year, probably. So organic milk will be sold as conventional. Conventional retail is retiring from development projects that were already engaged. Very, very sad situation. And there's little advertising for organic products. When before the crisis, there was always a lot of communication done for organic. Now there's more or less silence in terms of advertising. And the organic sector is trying to turn the situation around, of course, so they are very active. They try to do a better and more intensive communication. They try to do their homework. I mean, you've been talking about it as well. There's some cost cutting being done. Look for additional efficiency, look for more professionalism in marketing and supply chain organization, strengthening of regional and local supply chain. Regional and local are the major arguments at this moment for organic, and the organic food stores try to stabilize the market as best as they can, as good as they can. So now let's switch to Germany. In the principle, the same situation, growth during a long time. Then here a leap forward under COVID. Before, the growth was rather small, 1-digit growth, and then we had a 2-digit growth here, and again growth in 2021, and then a decline in 2022. So the difference between the German market and the French market is that Germany knew some crisis before, so they have the experience how to handle crisis, and they put up some mechanisms to deal with such a kind of negative development. So what happened in 22-21? In 21, at first, the growth effect from COVID is still lasting, 6% growth, and then in 22 we have the slowdown, and then the decline in the second half of the year. The huge inflation is impacting, of course. We have more than 20%, much stronger than in France, which means that deciders and consumers lose reference points and prices just go crazy. I mean, if you had a reference point before, like potatoes are a cheap commodity, then at one moment potato prices skyrocketed, and consumers and deciders were lost in this situation, and prices went up and down and up again. A very confusing situation. And in this context, organic is sometimes even cheaper than conventional, but organic is still not bought. And here we have a real problem due to the organic is expensive image. Even getting good prices is not an effective argument for consumers any longer. And I've here the example of cucumbers in the German market, like 50 cents cheaper for organic, but organic is still not sold because people don't even look any longer at the price. They are in a kind of panic-stricken. And they just look at the organic, they think it's expensive, they look at the detail, and they continue their purchases in the organic assortment. Organic food stores suffer a lot in Germany as well, with loss of sometimes more than 30% and 12% on the average. Discount is, as in France, the only market channel with still some growth. And what in this situation is stabilizing the organic market in Germany? So there's one huge factor and an important paradigm of the organic market in Germany, which is the cooperation between farmers' associations and the retail, be it the classical retail like Edeka or Rewe, or be it the discount like Aldi or Lidl, and these huge associations, Bioland and Naturland, they have built up since the last crisis, since the earlier crisis in the organic market, intense relationships with these retail chains. And so there's still a lot of communication and advertising done by the retail, because the retail has contracts. They have contracts to respect. They have engaged into cooperation with the organic farmers. So it's for their own sake, and it's in order to respect the contracts. They are doing a lot of good work for organic. Organic is still considered as positive and as part of the solution in the media and in public debate, at least in the overwhelming majority of what's published on this topic. There is a strong policy support on national level, and in Germany there's a lot of regions which have a lot of importance in the organic domain, in the farming sector. They have their own agriculture policy, and there's still strong policy support in lots of these regions. There's as well regional organic labeling, which has some positive influence, and the organic sector is communicating actively about topics that have not been so much evoked in the past, like the climate efficiency of organic, or the safe environmental costs. No water treatment, or less costly water treatment, is necessary when the water comes from organic areas. So in Germany, we have still a growth of the organic acreage of some 6%. Now, a very quick trip through other countries in Europe starts in Sweden. Sweden, at first, a strong growth until 2018, and then in 2018, a very strange thing happens. It's the hottest summer ever in Sweden, with the forests burning, and at this moment there's a paper that accuses organic of being not climate efficient. And this, more or less, fake news. Actually, it's not that true. There's no scientific consensus about it, rather on the contrary, but it has a lot of effect in the media, and the organic demand is declining, partly because supermarket deciders put the products out of the shelves. I've talked about this effect already in France recently, and we've seen it very clearly here in Sweden. There is some reconversion from organic farmers back to conventional, and there is a loss of organic acreage actually in Sweden, -3% last year. Sad thing to hear, but good news, at least for last year, a small growth of some 2.5%. So finally, all the work that is done in order to get a better image for organic is having some success in the end. Let's look in the United Kingdom, which is historically the organic market where a strong crisis happened very early. Actually, here there's a very strong crisis happening in 2008, 2009, and then there's a long way back to growth and to the level before crisis. So what happened here in Great Britain? We have an effect of the financial crisis in 2008, and again the effect of supermarket deciders who anticipate a consequence that they imagine in terms of consumer behavior, and they delist organic products, and organic products can no longer be bought in the supermarkets, and so the market falls down, and there's a lot of disturbance in the organic supply chains and the decline in organic acreage. Then we have this slow recovery during 10 years, but then again, very recently, a drop in sales. In order to finish our world tour here in organic, positive news from the United States of America, they have 4% growth in 2021. You see here, it's a story of growth here in the United States. There's a little moment of stagnation here, 2018, around 2018. But apart from that, there's rather a continued growth for organic, and growth is as well expected for 2022. That's good news, and good news as well from the political side. For the first time in the United States agriculture history, there's a strong policy for organic farming and a substantial program in order to support organic farming. And last example, a small one, a small country, Austria, which is as well showing positive development in 2022. A strong support here from the retail sector. Here again in Austria, you have a strong link between the retail and the farmers on the other side. Strong contracts, long-term contracts, and the retail is engaging into organic and is supporting it even in difficult times. There's a strong policy support, and Austria has succeeded in linking organic to Austrian origin, regional origin in a way, because it's a small country. They link it since a long time, and they have a lot of success doing so. So if you try to get to some conclusions very shortly. So I think there's no ceiling for organic. We are not at the natural end of the growth of the organic market, but the organic demand is at this moment suffering from a macroeconomic crisis, from the war in Europe, and from internal weaknesses of the organic sector. There is internal weaknesses in France and in Germany. They did not have the time to care for them. They know about these weaknesses. Since 2018, 2019, these weaknesses are identified. But given the strong growth under the COVID crisis, there was no time to really handle and tackle these issues. So they have to do it now in the crisis situation. And it's, of course, much more difficult to do your homework when you already have bad grades, when you're double stressed. The organic surface development is less dynamic, mainly in France, where there was huge growth these last years. And in France, in Germany, it's okay. But it's not the only factor why organic production is slowing down as well. We have in Central Europe a drought which lasted all winter. In France, it's spectacular, the loss of water that we are suffering. So the organic production will be lower, most probably, and significantly lower, most probably in 2023, due to this reason here alone. So we are probably not facing huge oversupply on organic markets. Concerning import opportunities, the demand for commodities for human consumption is likely to be stable, but regional origin will be preferred quite strongly. It's a phenomenon that lasts already a couple of years, but which has been strengthened through the different crises. Consumers and market actors, they look for regional supply as far as possible. And then we have the commodities for animal feed, and here we might perhaps have a slowdown in demand as there is less organic animal production. I've been mentioning the reduced organic egg production. We have the same phenomenon in the organic pig and the organic poultry production. These are sectors that usually use a lot of organic grains and imported organic grains, and there might be some reduction of demand here in 2023. But again, we have to consider a potential under supply from the European production. So perhaps there's still some opportunity for imports. The prices are stable until now. In general, exceptions are happening, but they're getting closer to conventional prices. That's the bigger problem. I mean, we had situations where organic milk or organic cereals were cheaper than conventional ones. The crisis might well last 2 or 3 years. Well, it's a little crystal ball that I'm using here. Nobody knows exactly, but we can reckon that at one moment a new normal will be established. That among this new normal might be the acceptance that food will cost more money, that food is generally more expensive, and then the consumer habits might integrate more actively organic again as in former years. We need these 2 or 3 years as well for doing all the homework that has to be done in the organic supply chains that I've been talking about already. And then general recommendation as a last sentence for your export projects. These are hard times for spot market. It's good to have stable and strategic partnerships. There's people in France and in Germany who look for these kind of partnerships. I mean, you have them very well established as well in Switzerland, but in Germany there's the organic associations. In France there's the cooperatives. There's some opportunity to discuss with those people long-term projects and to get more sale stability than on the spot market. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm yours for your questions and for the debate. Thanks again.
Please switch the light on. Mr. Borker, thank you very much for your very informative presentation, and we understand that every crisis probably results in new normality, and this is also true for the organic market. We have several minutes for questions and answers. Do you have any questions about the markets, about exporting? Yes, we have a question. Just a minute.
I think it's a difficult moment for a real new player. When I imagine that being new means as well that there is no strong networks, no established contacts, etc. So that's actually a big issue. Usually in the organic market, in the past, there was always a place for something which was really new. There's something which is paradigmatically new, which brings something interesting and a real diversification into the market. Then there's always a chance, then there's always an opportunity. But at this moment, I think you have to choose very, very carefully your marketing partners. Look very precisely at the niche where you want to place your products. You have to go there very strategically. by selecting your sales partners. Without knowing the products, I'm sorry, I won't be able to be more specific, but perhaps we can discuss further. I'm at your disposal for that. I'm happy to see you all in the room. I'm seeing the room now. Good to see you. There's a lot of you.
We have one more question from our audience. Good afternoon. I have the following question. What can help Ukrainian organic product become closer on the shelf to the European consumer? For example, if we consider the German market, as far as I understand that, we may call it the marketing tool Naturland. You have demonstrated it in your presentation. So Naturland and Bioland offer the producers to get their certificates, and they explain it that owing to this certification, you can be much more saleable on the shelf in Germany. So it means your products will be sold much better. So it will help you create demand for your product in Germany. Is it true? And probably there are some programs that will enable our producers of value-added products, I'm talking about packaged consumer products, introduce themselves in the European Union, and particularly in such country as Germany. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. Very interesting. A very clear question. Yes, co-labeling with Naturland or Bioland or Demeter, or I mean, there are several more. There are 16 associations and 16 labels in Germany. There's a lot of choice, but working with these people is enhancing your chances. I think that's for sure. It's what the German consumers know, it's what they appreciate, it's what they are ready to pay more money for, and it's as well on the intermediate level, these labels are appreciated, and the intermediary work that you get from Naturland and Bioland, like introducing you to those people, getting you through to the processors or to the retailers, I think they will do good support for you if you engage with them. Then, of course, there's the additional effort for getting certified under these labels, but it's not that complicated. So far for bulk products or for commodities, when it comes to brands or to packaged products, I think as soon as your product is original, as soon as it is really a specialty, and as soon as it has character, try your chance. Of course, I mean, even if consumers in France and in Germany at this moment look foremost for products from the region or products that are produced locally or processed locally, the retail landscape is huge, and it's always nice to travel when you buy. I mean, when you're integrating some new dimension into your basket by buying a product that is a specialty from abroad. And I mean, Ukraine has such a huge sympathy potential. It's perhaps something that you can operate here in your product, besides the fact that it should, of course, be really original and of top quality. I mean, it's not really worthwhile to produce the 36th or 57th organic spaghetti for the German market, but I think for sure you have some products that are more that have more character and which are more individualistic. I hope that I have answered to your question.
Do we have some other questions from the room? No, but I have a clarifying question. Talking about organic statistics in Germany, you have mentioned that the sales have dropped and the demand has dropped, but you were talking about co-label. and the demand for this is growing. So should we consider this organic statistics in two areas, organic as such, and additionally, we should talk about this value of co-labels, Naturland and Bayer land. So what is true about the market? Is it still growing or is it dropping?
Oh, it's dropping, but the drop is slower for all that is Naturland and Bioland. So you still, and as soon as Naturland and Bioland are sold in the discount at Lidl or Aldi, then there is still some growth. But when I said there's better marketing chances and that there's a better readiness of consumers to pay money for organic when there's Naturland or Bioland label on it, then I was stressing this general picture. At this moment, the overall market is dropping down, but these organic plus labels like Naturland or Bioland are performing better than the average.
Thank you very much. There are no more questions. Mr. Burkhardt, thank you very much for joining our event here in Kyiv.
Thanks to you. Congrats to your work, and
thank you for sharing the trends, though they are not very optimistic, and please give some recommendation to the organic producers from Ukraine. So what will be your final recommendation to organic producers from Ukraine? Your wish, probably an important wish for Ukrainian exporters, for Ukrainian producers.
yeah, I think the short-term recommendation is to make a bad joke, don't panic, keep organic, continue on your way, revise perhaps your contracts if that's necessary. Perhaps there is some opportunity in talking about prices, about quantities, given the today's situation. And then try to, as much as you can, try to get into partnerships on the long term in a more strategic way, like, for example, in the grain sector. If you start to discuss with French cooperatives, and until now, I don't know what exactly the marketing practices were in your case, but if until now there was mainly a spot market logic in your work with French clients, it's perhaps the moment to discuss with them and to try to get more lasting relationships, more lasting contracts. Try as well to understand which are precisely the products that are lacking on their market. There's sometimes there's need for organic soy when there's little harvest in France, or special organic qualities as well. Try to differentiate the qualities. Of course, the high-end qualities, the high quality in wheat when it comes for baking qualities is always looked for. But I think you can be complementary to what they can do locally, what they can do on national level. Your offer can be complementary, and it's interesting to get with that, to get in a long-term cooperation with them, like talking now in springtime about the potential harvest that they will be having. I mean, they know already more or less now, or they can estimate more or less now what kind of volumes they will have in summer. So perhaps it's already possible to do some pre-contracts now. It's more or less the same recommendation for Germany. Try to get into long-term cooperation.
Thank you. And when we are talking about short-term prospects, definitely we would like victory come soon. Thank you, Mr. Booker, for your presentation and for your answering to the questions and for your comments. Thank you very much. And we go to our next speaker, Vasily Krok,
Thank you very much.
representative of the Organic Standard. Please, those who are interested, stay with us. So, Mr. Vasily Groch, representing Organic Standard, could you please share your presentation about achievements of Ukraine at the international markets? Thank you very much for inviting me. I represent the company Organic Standards, the export department. My name is Vasily Groch. And after this not very optimistic news about the condition of the organic market and about the export statistics, I will give you some positive information. I will be talking about the condition and prospects of exports in 2023, particularly Switzerland. And here you see the growth of export during this year. The growth is about 50% to the European country and Switzerland. And we see that our organic producers, despite large-scale invasion, managed to show positive dynamics of exporting their products abroad. In comparison with 2022, we see how powerful, how intensive supplies were during the first 2 months. This actually was 30% for the year 2022. Then we have 2 months of the so-called indefinite period because nobody knew what would happen, but probably something was known to our organic producers, and we are very grateful for this. And then we have the positive tendency of exporting organic products. Here is the analytics regarding transport modes. We see some changes. Here are significant changes. So talking about road transportation, it makes 50%. The sea transportation has decreased. And here you see the statistics for each specific month. During the 2 first months, sea transportation were really very extensive, and after February 2022, they have decreased. So what are the top countries of export? This is the Netherlands, almost 45%. So this is organic export from Ukraine to the Netherlands. Also among other countries are Germany, Austria, Poland, Lithuania, the Czech Republic, Italy, and other countries. These statistics regarding the categories of our products. We also see here comparison before 2022. Cereals and oil and protein cultures have shown good results in comparison with 2021, 19 and 46% respectively. Fruit and nuts, the volume has decreased, and some other products have also showed decrease. Now you see more detailed information about specific cultures. So sunflower shows growth, as well as sunflower oil, as well as corn and soy beans and other products. And I have taken the first month for the previous 3 years, and I have taken the year 2023 January, and we see that we have already have good results for 2023, for the first month of 2023. And I hope that the export of organic products from Ukraine will be successful and will be positive. And definitely, this is the accomplishment of our organic producers, who, despite all the obstacles and difficulties, continue bringing our victory closer. And irrespective of the risks they face, we see practically every day that there are some tragedies on the field during the sowing period. But despite all these risks, the organic producers continue their work, and we really should be grateful to them for this. This is brief overview from me. Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to answer your questions.
So yes, we have some questions. Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. And can you please explain what products, what crops are the main drivers for the exports? Okay, let me then get back to the presentation. You might see that sunflower that has been mostly sold in the domestic market in the previous years, and then later on we've used it for the oil productions and the leftover production. So you can see that there is a growth in sunflower for almost 200%. So you can see there are the main products as well. So the sunflower as it is, you can see barley, corn. Corn always took the big share of the exports for the organic market, and we can see the growth of this crop as well. Okay, can you please also tell us, as of now, we know that the certification is very expensive. So the certification for all of the agricultural farmers is very expensive right now. So why the certification price is increased starting from the April 1st? Thank you. Thank you very much for this question. Yes, we know that there is a problem with that because the services are developing, the prices are growing. We have seen that in the growth of price with the products overall and the foods, when we know that there is increased price for the usage of the logistics connections and the access to the logistics. Well, it's just one way road here. The prices are rising, so we have to follow that as well. It's very hard for our producers, we understand that, but we're trying to provide all of the support that we can provide, and we're trying to support the growth of our organic producers as well. And so we have known that this procedure takes a very, very long period of time. So while we're trying to create this kind of a certification company in Ukraine, because before that we used to do that in Odessa, and we needed to send it all to. So we have to simplify it all. Can we simplify it all? Because we needed to make it India, because right now the whole Europe is shocked when, for example, when in Austria they asked me like, we need 50 to give 50 euro to people, and and I was in the hospital there, and I said like, you don't have to do that when you have a card. Yes, that's it. Just in a second I have just sent it all. So I've said that like I'm paying all of my invoices here, and everyone has surprised that you can actually do that. So we have to do the same thing to be able to do that digitally as well. So everything is now very costly. A lot of things that are not even being done. So there's a lot of things that are not being, I don't know what's the situations with the other organizations, but all of my storages that are already full. So yes, I know that my cows are going to eat all of this feed, but they will not eat all of that. So we will have to store it somewhere as well. So we have to certify it in the well, but the prices for the fuel is quite clear. So right now it's being decreased right now, but the new certification is very costly and it takes way too much time. Yes, thank you very much for this comment. Well, the thing is that the labs that are providing the analysis, they should not be dependent. Well, like I'm trying to answer your question. So the laboratories, they have to be independent, and they are independent. If we're going to be creating some kind of partnership is going to be against the legislation and the European regulation as well, that will be the conflict of interest in place. You all understand that we have this kind of conditions right now, right now the air supply is impossible for Europe. So right now it takes a lot of time to transport all of the samples into the laboratories. So just last week, the lab that used to work in Ukraine, it has now restored its work. And basically, it now can provide all of the analysis of the sample that can be done in a comfortable and faster way. Yes, and I know that my colleagues is also telling me that there are some challenges. And we're trying to find the solutions of those challenges as well. But even before that, we had the need of the paper certificates for the experts. But this problem is not relevant anymore from the 1st of July this year. We can sign it up with an e-signature, and we can sign the certificates in a very fast pace. And I think that our exporters, they can also confirm that. And so there's no need to send the paper documents already. So yes, so there is just like one small step for us. Yes, but maybe there can be some integrations with with the sample analysis. No, speaking about the paperwork, speaking about the documentation that is needed to be provided. No? Well, we're going to listen to all of the offers that can be provided by our operators, and we will be happy to work on increasing the effectiveness of our joint work. Yes, I want you to add up to what Vasil has said. Organic Standard, it's one of the first certifying organization has received the e-signature. So, all of the exporters, we understand that we know that before that, you need to have this export certificate, you need to have it when you're crossing the border, you need to provide it. Then when we had the full-scale aggression, then there was a permission for us. And Serhiy Holoshavsky has also participated in this really actively, whether we have received the permission to use the scanned copy, and we're the first certification body that has received the e-signature already. So we're moving towards DIA, that's for sure. Can I also have a question? Can you please tell us a couple of words for the producers, for the nut producers? So what kind of markets should we take a look when we're speaking about nuts? Yes, the nuts have not been included into the main products, but I think that it's going to be number 11 in this export list. So the export is highly needed in this direction. And the big markets, for example, the Netherlands, will have the biggest exports on this unit, on this article, on this crop. But if we can take a look at the statistics, we can discuss it during lunch, and we can consult you on these issues. Well, just last week, we have met the representatives of the associations of the nuts producers of Ukraine, and there's a lot of questions that we have as well, and they have a lot of questions too. They want to increase their production and processing, and if you are interested in that, you can come up to me, and we're going to give you a lot of information. So, and yes, the final question from the audience, please. Hello? Can you please also tell us, from what I have understood, that you have given us the statistics data on the export of the raw commodities or the processed products for the further on processing. But speaking about the final products that are already packed, do you have the statistics on those types of products? Can you comment it as well? This is the first part of the question. The second part of the question. For you, as a national certifying body, do you have any joint programs to for example, the same institutions like Biosios, or do you work with Eurobio or with the other programs in the US? So do you have any kind of a joint programs so that they will help the producers of the final products to export more and to help us to collaborate with, for example, the retail chains? Yes, thank you. On the packed goods, yes, we do have on the final packed goods, but we don't have a lot of scale of exporting these products to Europe. And for example, we can outline the organic milk. For example, they've started their exports to the to the milked products. They're already packed, ready-made products to Europe. It's a very good example. We need to check it as well. But I think that we also have the statistics to the snacks. The figures are not that high, so that is why we haven't represented it in the statistics. The second question about the certification and projects. Well, do you mean like, do we provide the certification on this standards? No, we have this, we understand, but do you have a joint programs that give the opportunities for the producers to export the products that have been certified with your certificate, other certificates? Do you have like the impact tools for these countries, the one that help to promote the imports? Unfortunately, I cannot answer this question. So basically, you see my colleagues in front of you. They also represent our company. Maybe they know more, but I don't have this information if we have this joint project. Hello, Olena Mandzuk, Organic Standards. We can talk about it later on as well. Personally, we don't have direct programs with our partners or associations because we are an inspecting body. We're controlling the producers. So we are engaged information-wise, we're providing the information, but we're not responsible for the development and market access programs. So all of the other programs that we're communicating with, from what I know, our clients, they have been the participants of the IPD and IBO programs. So they are the one that are helping out to get your products exported to the other markets. So we can talk and we can provide them their contacts, and you can contact with those projects and programs directly, the one that are specifically working for improving the market access and export capabilities. Because I think that Olga Gwozdova is going to tell us more about those programs. We're really grateful to our speakers from Organic Standards and all of the people who've helped with the answers. Thank you very much for all the questions and all the comments. Thank you. Thank you. Olga, please, I would like to invite you to take the floor. And we have the representatives from the Office of the Development of Entrepreneurial Activities and Exports is going to present the dashboard on the interactive information on the exports of organic product in Ukraine. Maybe you can tell us about the support programs. Yes, thank you very much for this invitation. And yes, I have an exclusive information for you today with our partners. This is about what that our colleagues have said about the statistics, but the statistic that is available for everyone, the statistics that is interactive for everyone. And I do hope in a very good way we have prepared this dashboard that's not public yet. So the part of the exclusivity is that you're going to be the first to see that, and I would like to ask you not to share it, this dashboard straight away. We are publicly going to be announcing this dashboard next week. So it will be publicly announced next week, but you will have this opportunity to test out this dashboard now, and can give us your feedback. We'll be happy to make it better because basically this is the first version that we have. I do hope that most of you have already known about us, and I do hope that some of you have already been the clients of our office already. We used to be known as the Export Promotion Office before. There was the organization that has been created in 2016, and there's a project office, a project team that is highly motivated and really motivated to support the small and middle business and big businesses to go to the international market and to promote Ukrainian products and to offer Ukrainian products all over the world. In 2018, we have become the state institutions because we have shown to the ministry that we are an important part for the businesses. And in 2021, we have been provided with the India Business Project together with the Ministry of the Digital Transformation. So if you'll have any ideas of how we can develop the business furthermore, we'll be really grateful for that. So all of the projects that we've had, they have been included into the exporting portal, the export.go.ua. So this is the main portal for the export and businesses. If you haven't signed up to that yet, I would recommend you to do that. We're doing our weekly digest with all of the programs for the entrepreneurial support inside of Ukraine and supporting the exporters. So those are the state-owned programs, the one that has been mentioned before, and the donors programs as well. So those are the two portals from Export Go UA and Dia Business. We're trying to cover everything that is important and useful for the businesses. So please sign up to our newsletters and you will have all of the most relevant news. Organic sector was one of the priority sectors for us, and we have outlined the national exports strategies. And unfortunately, this program has already ended, but we're waiting for this new strategy for the exports. But for ourselves, we have outlined the organic sector as one of the priorities. We have been actively organizing together with our partners the participation for our producers in the fairs. We are creating the analytical reports on the external markets as well. Except from what has been said before, we're also working with lots of the educational programs. And in May or June, we're going to be launching the new programs for the broader sectors. And we're going to have a separate webinar project as well. And I can announce that already that next week we're going to launch our webinar project on the overall trends of the external markets, the one that are going to be available as well in the DIA business portal. We have the consulting support and support in searching your partners. I'm going to mention that as well in the end. Speaking about the question that was voiced out on the possible collaboration with retailers, through our service, through this exports catalog service that I'm going to mention later on as well, we're collaborating with different companies. And we have successfully did it last year when the retailer from Denmark has requested an information on the companies that are ready to work with the Danish markets, and we're going to can work with this market. We given them the opportunity to contact with the company. So we worked as a matchmakers. So we have provided this middleman services. And because this company was very interested in that, the representative of this company, last year, he came to Ukraine and their company was able to work with this supermarket. That's also publicly available information. So all of the queries that we have has been published. They're published at the export portal. We've had the companies not from non-organic sector, but we also want to broaden our sector of collaboration. We're working with other countries and with other retailers. And so we will definitely publish all of our information on the further on collaboration. So let me now introduce you with what the dashboard is like. So this interactive dashboard, it actually shows you the statistics of the export of the organic products to the European Union countries and Switzerland. So this is the statistics that Organic Standard has. So this is the traces database as well. So the dashboard has been developed together with the Organic Standard and with the support of the Switzerland for the programs for the creation of the trade in with a higher VAT, and together with the Switzerland, together with the Swiss Confederation. So the dashboard is just in the test mode. There is 4 pages. On page 1, you can see the overall information on the exports through the years and through the months that's been. And you can see that this information is grouped on the categories of products. What is very interesting, why the dashboard is interactive, it's because you can use multiple filters. I recommend you to use that from your laptop or from your PC. So basically using the desktop computer. So you can see the different filters there that are available. You can choose a specific months, you can choose a specific product category, and you can get into more detailed information about the specific indicators that are interested for you, and the dashboard will change correspondingly. The second page is specifically about the products. It's also interactive. You can use the filters, you can use the press on some of the points on the graphs, and you can check the dynamics on the specific product group, and you can get into the details, or using the filters as well, the one that you can see in the top of the page, you can find the most interesting product group that is important for you. The next page is the transportation types. We also provide the information on the dynamics for year 2021, and we have information with a division of the product groups country-wise. And also there is the opportunity for the interactive work with this page. And in the end, of course, we're talking about the partnering country. What's interesting here, according to this database, we have the information not only about the specific delivery country, the final client country, but also about information about the importing country. For example, the Netherlands, that's an example, and you can see that the Netherlands is the target country, but you can see that it's being transported from Germany, Lithuania, and other countries. So you can trace all of this information as well. And in the top, you can choose the different countries, the different filters, and you can check the specific information on specific country. As of now, we have information up till January 2023. We do hope that we're going to be processing all of the information as fast as it comes. We're actively working on that with organic standards. As of now, it's just the European Commission. They don't have this information for February 2023, but as soon as they will receive this information in 5 days, will also be depicted in the dashboards. So in the framework of this project, we also would like to conduct the market assessments for the external markets, and we do hope that we will be collaborating in the framework of this project for the whole year round. So if you'll have the offers in the research or the update of the dashboard, please contact us. We want to add the US here. We want to add the information about the UK here. Right now, we don't have the access to those statistics data yet, but we will try with the help of the ministries, through the ministries, we will try to receive the access to the other statistics as fast as possible and to update this dashboard. And for the end, I would like to also invite you to the catalog of Ukrainian exporters. That's one of the tools that you can use for looking for your partners. Our export portal has a specific chapter, when you can search for the partners. We're publishing there the main claims, the main demands, and you can publish your query as the main partner, as the main importer. And we also monitor the state procurement of the external markets, and we're also publishing it in our portal, and how to be included into this catalog. You can also follow this QR code. As of now, of course, we have some of the criteria of how do we choose the companies for this catalog, but basically the most important thing is to have the English version of your website or the page for the importers to be able to find some information about you. Additional criteria, you don't need to have any kind of debts for the fiscal services of Ukraine. We're also right now checking if you have been connected with collaboration with Russia now, so we are not including the companies that have this kind of financial connection with Russia. And also what I've mentioned forgot to mention, we have the catalog of organic Ukrainian exporters. This is the catalog that we have been working on for a couple of years already. It has been presented at the BioFact Fair. It is specifically at our English page of our portal, and it is integrated into our mobile catalog. So all of the importers, when they are entering our exporting portal, so you can see already the English version, then you can see the search tools through the companies available, and you can also see it's been noted whether there's organic or non-organic producers. So if you will tick for organic companies, then you will be able to find the organic companies exporting that have been already checked and confirmed by us. So if you have any questions, here are our contacts. You can follow our pages. Please follow us on social media. I'm really happy that we have been collaborating for many years already. We have been collaborating with the organic community, and I hope for the further collaboration as well. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Not to say that I'm impressed. I think that it's basically something that the organic sector needed for a longest time. So this is basically the trustworthy statistics, not only trustworthy statistics about the domestic market, but also for the external markets. Is this dashboard translated into English? Or can we convert it maybe into the PDF files? Do you have the links so that our partners will be able to use that? So we can understand that we're developing it and everything's okay. Yes, so right now we're working with our English page, and the English page is going to be launched in a week. And in our export portals, we're working on the translations as well. We're going to make a lot of postings on LinkedIn, and you will be able to share that with your professional allies. And we're going to be tagging everyone just to make sure that we will have a broader coverage. And in LinkedIn, we have launched a campaign. We are really active in promoting all of the Ukrainian stands in all of the international fairs. We're talking about the economy of Ukraine and the different ways of sectors, speaking about the positive messages. But in order for us to engage the international partners, we need to show the real stories. We have launched this campaign when we are telling about the specific companies and specific success stories. For us, the success story of the company has survived already. So I would like to ask you to contact us to provide your materials, video, photo. We have a specific format how we do that. That's very important for us because your private stories, when, for example, when we have the photo of your employees, when we have quotes from your heads of how you take how you've been throughout all of this time, this is something that really people really care for. And this is something that is interesting for the international partners when they are asking us as well, can we trust this company? Whether this company is in normal situation, and we need to give them this good examples. That's something that really improves our work. Do we have the companies who would like to apply for the success stories? Okay, we have a lot of colleagues who would like to apply for that. So there's a lot of work that's waiting for you from the organic sector. We're ready to do that. Yes, but we're really grateful to your team for this tremendous efforts that you have been doing for the sector and for creating the dashboard, for supporting us with a biofac fair. And thank you very much for all of the support. We're really hoping for your support for the biofac 2024. We hope that Ukraine will have even a bigger representation there, that we will even have a big stand. But if we'll have questions from the audience. So by the way, while you're carrying the microphone, I just wanted to say that the biofac fair has been the most recent biofac. It was the biggest national stand, a Ukrainian national stand among all of the fairs, actually. I'm sorry, the question is out of microphone. Okay, I don't represent the ministry, but then again, the organization as ours. Unfortunately, without the microphone, it's inaudible. And I have a question as well. So the exporting in organic sector, that's only you're using the data of organic standard, or you're using the data for all of the Ukraine? You mean the statistic sources? Yes, that's about all of the Ukraine. So it's not just the organic standards. Now, this is the data of the European databases that traces. So this is about the import of the countries, the import from Ukraine that they have. So it's not just the clients that have been certified by the organic standard. It means that there is information about all of the counterparties and all of the enterprises from Ukraine. So all of the exports from Ukraine. Yes. So yes, we can be moving on. I think that we don't have questions from the audience. Let us now switch to the next round. We're going to have the panel discussion, and I would like to ask our panelists to take their seats. And I would like to invite Vita Osinska from Halex Agro, Vladislav Tomanko from the Pole Agro Company, Victoria Vasilchenko from Arnica Group, Ukar Aliyev from Maria Budko, and Pre-Organic Yevhen Blochin, please. So we're pleased to welcome you. And there's a lot of questions that I wanted actually to pose, but if we're going to have the questions from the audience, then I would like just to inform you that those are the people who actually created the statistics, responsible for the statistics and responsible for this plus 13% that we've had before. So do we have a question from the audience, or I can start? Okay, I can start and we can do that in the process. So how your year 2022 was? So what was the hardest things for you? So we can start, yes, in different order. Yes, okay. Yes, please. So Alexandro. So we are a successful enterprise. We are the vertically integrated successful enterprise, and our company includes organic milk, the Agri-West Group. We are responsible for, we are also working with cattle and working with planting. I wanted just to start with saying that year 2022 was really complicated for all of the people in the agricultural sector of Ukraine, and especially for the organic sector. We've had a lot of issues and a lot of challenges that have been resolved. The first 2 months were really tremendously hard because no one knew what to do. The February, March were really hard for all of us. No one knew what to do and how to continue working, but we were able to preserve people, to preserve our locations. We've tried to work as hard as possible. We've tried to work with the exports. We were looking for the clients. We were looking for the additional potential for the companies. And step by step, we were able to move to year 2023. And overall, we can say that during these harsh times, the collective of our enterprise was able to preserve our main capacities. We were also able to preserve the levels of production for both in the cattle and the planting production. We were also able to preserve our contacts both domestically and abroad. We have continued our salaries payment. We have paid for more than 30 million of taxes. And there was very important and incredibly important support with the help of the armed forces of Ukraine. So can I continue with that? Yes, so my name is Vladislav Domenko. I represent the Poland company from Cherkasy city. We are working with cereals. We have received the organic standard certificate in 2020, and we have started the providing to the European markets as well. We're now working with the European market, with the Northern American markets, and we have started in 3 years ago. But right now, what is the situation for us? The hardest period for us last year was also the beginning of the war, and March and April, the couple of months of total when the situation was totally unclear. And right now our all exports is 170 million tons. So we're working with millet, both conventional and organic. So the traditional is around 30% with our share. What we've had as the main challenges, first of all, the logistics challenges, because our logistics expenses have increased almost in two. That is something that has impacted us tremendously because we had a long-term contacts with our producers as well. And basically that is something that has impacted our income as well. The war hasn't influenced us to that extent much because we were following our main obligations according to the contracts, and overall we're seeing the improvement of the situation up till the end of the year. So right now we have seen that the transportation prices have stabilized, but when we're talking about the expenses on the logistics, it's still in place. We had a lot of programs with containers, and so we have been exporting around the 40% of our main scopes through the sea. But right now, this percentage has decreased up to 15%. So right now, there's only 15% that we are doing with go through the sea. There has been a lot of logistics that has been now turned to the automotive transportation. There are some countries that could only be working through the sea transportation, so we're trying to work with that as well, but the situation is overall complex because there's the lack of the containers in Ukraine, the overall state with those containers. We're using the ports of Gdansk in Poland, of Constanta in Romania. We're trying to engage and invite the international distributors as well. We have our representatives in Poland. We have our warehouse and storages in Poland. We're trying to fulfill our obligations towards our clients with their support as well and with their help. We've had our representatives in Europe starting from 2016, and we've used those companies with different goals. But we have stayed in this market. We have completed our obligations. We have stayed with our duties. We're continuing to work in there, and we're continuing to work with our clients. That has been highly appreciated by our colleagues and by our counterparts all over the Europe, especially under these conditions. The situation has been improved. By the free trade zone. Okay, not the free trade, but the zero fee, customs fee, and it's actually meant that before that, the European Union has provided the quotas for us, but then the quotas did not last for a longer period of time. It was around the 3 months when the quotas have been already expired. But right now in June, we have introduced a zero fee policy, and we've now had this opportunity to export our products to Europe, and the final customers, they didn't pay 130 euro, the customs fee per ton. That's something that really helped us to be competitive and to be presented with our product in the European market as well. So this has been active till June this year, and we hope that it's going to be continued as well in the not just in the countries of the European Union as well. We understand that this is something that is going to help us to keep on working overall. This was one of the factors that really helped us to stabilize the situation and to save some money with the transportation expenses. Also, this time there is a different dynamics that we see in the organic market overall. The market hasn't responded. The demand decreases. We know that in our example, then there's 15% of growth of our prices, of increase of prices that we have seen in our products. And if it's going to be the higher increase, then the market is not going to be responding to that. If we're speaking about the conventional business of cereals and millets, then the prices might increase to over 25%, and that the market is more sustainable. It's going to continue in working and preserving. But in organic businesses, there is the specifics that the product cannot grow in price really hardly. So there's a lot of factors that impact the price growth, but the organic products cannot boast the stability in the market. So we need to find this balance between the prices for the farmers, for the prices for the processing, and to work on the margin as well. So the margin has decreased strongly. And I don't know if we're going to have some further on questions on perspective later on. Yes. Well, Year 2022 was really hard for everyone, and I'm sure that every farmer, every organic enterprise was absolutely terrified of the 24th of February. We were not ready for that as well. And what we have understood that when the full-scale invasion has started, what we had 20,000 tons of contracted cereals, the obligations that we could not fulfill. Those were the obligations that should have been delivered to the clients. But then we had this logistics collapse. We were not, it wasn't clear what should we do with this grain? What should we do with this grain? We have grains that has stopped in Kherson, so we have lost around 3,000 tons of corn in the occupied Kherson. Then we have the ports that have been blocked in Odessa, the Chornomorsk port, and no one knew what to do with all of those blocked ports. I think that all of the organic producers, they have problems with the containers and the lack of containers. And we also had a very interesting case with the Ismail port, because in the very same time period, when we had a barge with a product that we have procured. We had procured the Astartes soybeans, and we were not able to understand will we be able to push it or no. So that was all really, really stressful. You're being stressed because the war has started and you need to get yourself together to try to figure out how to resolve the working issues, but it all has been resolved and the logistics have been improved. Of course, it wasn't that easy. There was a lot of work that has been completed from our side as well. And we've tried to find the best ways to work with that. We've tried to find the terminals that can work with organics. But basically, there's no the kind of terminals that can work with that. And all of the ports that the warehouses that were already using the conventional grains, there was no place for organics. But 3 months afterwards, 3 months after thinking of what to do, should we introduce the warehouses? Should we look for additional ways to find our warehouses, organic warehouses? 3 months of that work, of search work, has given us the two partners in Slovakia and in Poland who are helping us with our cargoes, with our products, who are helping us to serve our organic products. Before the full-scale invasion, we've had worked with 21 tons, and we have already provided all of these products to our clients. We haven't taken down our contract. So Arnika is really happy to have our logistics department, because logistics department is working for all of the problems and taking down all of the problems. And as the practice has shown, the prices in the logistics have changed, and the logistics ways that we have had before and we have settled before, it has been destroyed just in a moment, in a second. What do we have right now? It's very good that we have our warehouses that have already been fully delivered. So we have some opportunity to help our partners in Ukraine as well, because we now have already established the main delivery chains, and now we can work with all of the regions. We're not only working about us, we're also working about the overall organic products. So we have our all products sold and contracted already, and if some people had some of the leftovers, we'll be happy to help as well. And I think we will speak about the plans later on, right? Right. So you will start in a circle with me. Okay. So I represent the Ukor Olia company. So we have the main two direction of our businesses. We're talking about the processing of non-organic sunflower and the organic sunflower processing as well. Our story, how we got into this organic world, it started in 2017. So we have started to work with our organic products. We're working for 6 years already. And it used to be a very important step for all of us, for our company to get into this direction. It was the thought, the dream of our the owners of our company, and we have worked on implementing this idea as fast as possible. And this year hasn't been like a very hard for us, but yes, we've had a very tremendous demand for oil at some point of time. And you can remember what was that. There was lots of demand on that. And basically, we could just take the minimum of expenses and we can continue in processing a conventional sunflower and to take all of those income, all of those expenses that the organic direction could have given us. But we have preserved both of our directions of work. That was a very important decision for us, and we have taken some steps forward as well in our organic businesses right now. And I now recalling how year 2022 has passed, I have to say that it has definitely changed the approach to businesses in our business sector as well. It has definitely changed some of the approaches in the management sector because we needed to be more active and we needed to work with a lot of the stress and stress pressure. Our partners are the farms that are providing us with the products, with the raw commodities, at both of our locations. Oh, this is the specific locations that we have. So we have a specific location that is working with the organic sunflower and another that works with conventional sunflower. They're working in Poltava region. It's not that away from the front line and from the contact line. That's not really far away from the contact line in Kharkiv region. But under these conditions, we were able to continue in working with both of our businesses, and we have found that the new clients throughout this time. And as my colleagues have already said, I think that for around like 2 months, as we have tried to understand how can we transport all of the things that we need, how can we deliver, how to resolve it, how can we plan all of the oil distribution of our products to all of our main platforms. Because if you have worked in the oil crops processing, that you know that just one day of postponement costs you a lot because you have to stop everything. So that is a very expensive option just to stop your production because of war. So we tried to get all of our efforts together and we continued working. We started our work 4 weeks after the full-scale invasion has started. Throughout this time, throughout year 2022, we have also went to creating the representatives, our representative company in the European Union. That is a very important step for us because we're trying to continue our development as the project. And what is important, we were able to preserve our organic clients, the clients that have been procuring our products, and we have received some new clients as well. It was a greatest pleasure for us when we have participated in the BioFAC during summer. That was the very good thing. There was a very short break between those two events, but we have received a very good positive experience and positive feedback from our partners that we have met and for all of the people who were there. So there was just the people that stayed there and they've just asked them, well, how were you able to get here? Like you continue working still. They've all have expressed a lot of fascination with our strengths and courage. So when we've been listening to that, we never have considered that a strength, because for us it was the normal way to be, to continue in developing our businesses in Ukraine and to be the part of this development. The one thing that I wanted to say as well, that we've kept all of our projects and a very hard project that our colleagues has presented as well. We have spoken about the organic brands. Unfortunately, we're not being presented there, but we have the brand with organic oil, the Good Organic. We have continued working with this project as well, and we have some plans of how these projects can be developed in the exporting market as well. So we survived, and that's very good. Hello, dear colleagues. My name is Yevhen Blokhin, the program from Himasa today, Ltd. I think maybe you might know our company better because we have had our trademark, the Pro Organica. So, to be the last is also very positive because that you're going to recall a lot of information that you would like to share. You have some time to get yourself prepared. So, on the 23rd of February in 2022, I just want to recall how it was for our company. And we are located in Makariv district, the Rozhev village. It's a Kyiv region. For this very day, we have we started to we had the exporting declaration for our cars to be exported, and we were not able to provide the phytosanitary certificates. And unfortunately, our car has been stopped. And there was a really bad situation for us. And of course, we were able to resolve the situation later on. We have preserved all of our products there in our warehouse up to April, and they have stated up to April. We were able to deliver only in April later on. So that was a big challenge for our team. What I wanted to say, what were we able to do throughout this year? So what we have gained. It was a big pleasure for us that we were able to keep them and preserve the most important for all of us. We were able to preserve the most important assets that we have, which is the assets of our team, of the professionals that have stayed with us and that is still working with us, continues working with us and working to build up to improve the capacity of the organic and the organic capacity of Ukraine. In 2023, we were able with the help of the UNDP granting, we were able to create the internet page for our online shop. And basically, this page is functioning right now. We're trying to keep it updated. We're trying to keep it updated with the products that we have been working with as well. And our company is responsible for that. We've joined the Organic Club in 2019. We have started with just using the overall the organic production, and we've started to use also the optical packing, optical sorting for both the oily crops. We're continuing to getting additional certifications for our enterprise according to the security and food safety organic standards. So we have now used the ISO 22000. So right now, we're in the final stage of receiving the certification of FSIC. So this is also the international certificates of the food security that is going to be introduced in our enterprise as well. So those are the main achievements. Those are the main achievements for the year 2022, but we can keep on moving to the further developments. And I hope that we're going to be developing the organic sector of Ukraine. We're going to be informing the people of Ukraine and going to be implementing our plans further on. That was a very important for me to hear from the experience of all of the companies. The most important thing that you were able to preserve your teams, because the people and the teams are the most important. And we have seen that all throughout this year, that people are the most important. The first thing to save is actually people. And then you're talking about the hectares, the warehouses, the deliveries, so on and so forth. So we're really, really happy to hear from these companies that you have able to preserve your people, and they're still working, and they're still working for the best of Ukraine, or the positive image for the exporters, and this is working for the benefits of our economy. But okay, let's get back to the realities. Let's get back to the realities that Burkhard had also explained in his trend setting presentation. So we know that the trend of organic products has been declining later on in these years. Have you felt that? And was it relevant for you? If you're going to feel that, what's going to be your response? Have you felt that the organic has made a couple of step backs in demand and prices and other trends? Have you felt that when you were talking to your importers? And how are you going to be responding to the challenges of 2023, or maybe even for 2023, 2024? And as promised, we're starting from this side now. Well, I wanted to outline the new rules more right now. Maybe they're not as the new rules, but the rules that have been improved and the rules that have becoming stricter even. Speaking about our example, and because our company that doesn't have a lot of capacities in processing, but we have been exporting to the European Union countries already. And right now we are oriented for the exports of our products to be exporting these products to the UK market now. And I wanted just to say that the final customer in the UK and in the European Union countries, they're setting out very strict quality requirements. And it's not a secret to the companies that are working in the organic sector. And here, I would like to mention that this kind of requirements are not only important in the organic legislation, but they're also included into the food safety legislation. I can give you just an example. For example, it's not just like the main list of the pesticides residue that the final clients are interested in, but there's also some specific pesticide position. For example, when you're talking about the phosphorus acids, I think that you know, and everyone can prove me wrong as well with that, that has been a lot of attention towards these residues. It has been a great requirement from the final customer on that. So the final customers are what they're saying, that we want not only to see the results of the analysis on the pesticides residues, but also on the residues on the assets. And we have seen that in example of our products as well. So we have been exporting multiple cereals, and we have to understand that we know that not just the main indicators need to know, but they also have to provide us the main in the raw commodities. You have to have the important moments of whether you have the mycotoxins or the residues of the heavy metals, but there's also the radiological analysis as well. All of these moments are really harsh and requirements are really harsh, but we're working on that. And with every specific supplier of the Ukrainian supplier, we're also doing that, and we're working with a lot of analysis on our own. Also, what I wanted to say about the linen, the organic linen, the very beginning of this year, in January, we had introduced a new standard, speaking about the sanyl acid. This is about specifically about the linens that is being used for the food production. And this indication should not be higher than 100 milligrams per kilo, per 100 kilos. And this is a moment that we have to include as well, that we have to be conscious as well. We need to provide this understanding to our clients so that they will follow this amount, this outlined amount as well. But we have seen already that this is in the process of work, and maybe we will be searching for this kind of a suppliers that will be able to provide us additional guarantees as well. So, okay, so the additional problems is the high requirements. Yes, yes. So, like for example, as we have the UK, they have really strict requirements, and basically they're changing this. They're strictening those requirements every half year, and we have to respond to that, and we have to follow that. I also wanted to outline and highlight that the final customers, for example, in the UK, they do not want to risk that even before the European customers, they don't want to risk. They don't want to buy of when you're having that in the warehouse in Ukraine. They are already interested in buying the product when the product is very close to their gates already, and it should be already customs free, so it should be already in the customs. So when we started our exporting way, I just wanted to say as well that maybe in this case, we need some agents, some brokers who are working in the importing country, who are helping us with these procedures just to fulfill all of the needs for the final customer in the importing country. Well, there has to be a company that is registered, for example, in the UK, just with our example of the exports, the one that's going to be responsible for all of those exporting moments, who's going through the customs, fulfilling all of the procedures and working with all of the standard compliance and with all of the regulations compliance issues. So that this final product is already going to be delivered for the final customers with the least of concerns. I also wanted to add that this year, and I do believe that maybe you have felt it already, and we have felt it, that the demand and prices have changed, especially when we're speaking about the cereals and we're speaking about the oily crops. Then all of the plans and all of the results, I mean, people first of all. So for the team that is currently working in our company, the one that has been preserved, that has been preserved for the fully 100% for us, what we have as the main task is first of all is to broaden our markets, to to look for the new opportunities, to look the new opportunities for selling the products with the higher added value. And speaking about that, we mean that there's already the processed and bagged products from our businesses. So right now we are doing more in communication. So I'm speaking about what we're doing nowadays. We're communicating with market directly. We are studying the market, looking for the new partners, looking for the new clients in the market, and we're communicating with other institutions that can help us as well. For example, speaking about the exports office, an export promotion office, we have been communicating with them as well. We're trying to look for any kind of programs that have been offered just for us to be able to participate there as well. For us, that's not the main issue. That's not the main issue right now, that even if the prices are going to be falling, it's not like we're going to stop working in the organic sector. We still will continue to work in the organic sector still. Why? Because first of all, this is the project that we believe is going to have a long-term development. And I also see, and that's important for me, that's what I see in overall processing sectors, our partners, the farmers, our partners overall, they work in the market. They still have the demand. They still have the demand despite the grey imports, and we know what kind of a country is responsible for the shadow importing for Ukrainian grains. We know what kind of countries right now providing all of these products with Ukrainian stolen grains through Turkey, for example. We do hope that it will stop. We understand it should stop, and we do hope that in the moment we're going to have the clean, we will have the trustworthy and clean players in the markets. So we're continuing holding our positions. We're not selling lower prices than we see that possible, but we're searching for our clients. We're searching for the clients who are going to be good for our products, because all of these business markets, starting from the farmers, starting from the seeds producers, we want them to be profitable as well. We want them to continue developing themselves too. And as I've already said, our company, Ukrolia, has now the representative branch in European Union. Maybe that's not going to be the only branch that we're going to have. Why is that? Because it's easier for us to build the connections inside of the European Union. And it is better for us, as for any company, to be communicating with the market and to be developing our shares as well. Thank you. Well, from my point of view, if we're speaking about the current situation in the organic markets, that it doesn't sound very positive right now, but I do believe that it's not going to it's not going to be a long-term situation, because every downfall is then going to be also accompanied by growth. We just have to wait a little bit. We have to be patient. We have to rethink our budget. We have to think of our crop rotation. We have to think of our results. We need to think about what kind of crops we can use and how we can go this period in the best way. Because, for example, our company is following a philosophy that if you are doing organic, you're doing not because it's commercially best, but this is because of your worldview, because of your mentality. And I'm sure that after we're going to survive this crisis, when we're going to go through this decrease of demand for the organic products in the world, I know that we're going to go into growth. And the company that will survive, the companies that will stay strong, the company that really care for the work that they're doing, or the companies that are thinking about their work as a mind view, as a philosophy, they're going to win. And I do also hope that we will all survive this complex period, because I do understand that the next years are going to be really hard as well. Stand strong, see our victory, and I'm sure that everything will be okay. Well, yes, of course, we know that everything is changing and we are changing as well. And this is the reality of our current life. What I wanted to say would be that with the help of all of the support, with the support of the ministries, with the support of the Export Promotion Office, with the support from everyone who is working in the organic business, the most important thing for all of us is right now to hold on. And I know that every customer will be able to find their shelf and will be able to find the product that they need on this shelf. Our company is going to be sticking to our goals that we have right now. So we will be continuing producing the organic millets. We're going to be hoping to broadening our markets, and we're going to get to the new markets. We know that everything is that we need to do, we have it. We're working on creating our new markets. What we're planning for this year as well, we hope that we will have the Naughty Land certification for us as well. From one of our suppliers of commodity, so that we will be able to be presenting ourselves in the German supermarkets, even though it has been said already that is required. Speaking about the strategy of our company, we're going to be working on the deep processing. We want to get in we are in the niche with our product, so we really would like to get deeper into the processing as well. So we want to create this new products, for example, using the millet flour or the stabilized flour that is going to have a prolonged due date. It's not going to have this sour aftertaste as well. And the company owner, it also sets a goal for using the using the millet for the oil, so that the oils will be used in the cosmetics, for example, for the hair restoration. And these oils have been used, the millet oils have been used in pharmacology as well. So that is very niche direction as well. That's a very niche direction as well, very niche sector as well. And therefore we'll be able to get into this niche sector. So I think that in our product, it's going to be the biggest achievement that we had. So, but right now we're focusing on finding the best ways of exploring these directions. We're planning to launch the new production line for the flour production. And we are working as a team, keep on moving forward. We know that that's really harsh times that we're all going through, but we're really happy that we have the armed forces of Ukraine that protecting Ukraine, and we should never forget about them, and let us stay together. Yeah, so this is actually a matter for all of our upcoming events. Yes, thank you. So I think that, that is a very nice motto here, the unbreakable values. So, I'm asking them about the crisis, and they're, are standing strong, and they're talking about the new markets, the new products, the new stands, the new lines. I am impressed. I am impressed that all of your efforts that have been really important for the development of Ukraine. Okay, but I know that I'm getting you back to this conversation because like throughout whole BioFac fair, I was through these 4 days at the conferences, listening to people who were uh, talking there. We had the representatives of the US. They're talking about the values. So the North America wants to have this additional new markings and labels. So they're talking about additional value. They want to have the new certificates, they want to have this. So organics is a baseline for them. So organic in the Northern Americas is something that is business as usual. It's not, it's like, so basically for us, it's something that's not traditional. Then for the external market, this is already business as usual. If you can see and feel this trend. So how do you see that in 5 years? So whether we have the organic at this position that we are positioning it right now, or whether organic is going to turn to something basic. So the people will be continue considering this as basic, and we need to create something new. What are your thoughts about that? Yeah, so this is just going to be as good as conventional. Well, organic products right now, there's already on the basic level, because we know that there is a premium certificates like Naturland, Bioland, BioSwiss. We understand that there's always additional margins available with those certificates as well. So I think that this trend is going to be preserved. And the one thing that we have already seen today, like for example, that we need to have additional interest in certificates and additional analysis, and let us introduce more and more and more. And I'm sure that the organic market is is going to be layered. So we're going to have this baseline organics, and we're going to have the premium and like super premium luxury organic brands. So this is my point of view, that yes, we're going to be moving towards that for sure. Yes, I don't know. There's going to be additional social standards. What should we be moving on? What should Ukrainian exporters be ready for? Because you have been longer in these businesses. You have been in this organic exports for multiple years. What should the people and businesses that are only starting to export, what they should be ready for? Because should they be ecologically responsible, socially responsible? What should they be ready for? For the companies that are only considering getting to the export markets, what should they do better? Let us consider, let us think about what will happen after like 5-10 years after we're going to win. What will the organic exporters be, and how do you see yourself in 5 or 10 years? Well, I do believe that, the social guarantees and social responsibility is going to be in the spotlight. So there's going to be a lot of serious attention that is going to be dedicated to that. Also, the sustainability of your business, of whether you can be a sustainable partner with a good quality, with good sustainable quality. This is the things that have already been discussed now. That's all of our big clients have been talking about as well. So they have been talking like that when they are providing the benefits for one of the companies that can provide you with a good sustainable quality, the good quality of the same type. So there are now providing this one, they are going to prioritize this one company than working with a couple of smaller ones. Then the businesses is also always tied up to that. For example, for us as a company that has been really open, so you can come to any moment, you can come to our location, you can take a look at everything, and you can even track on YouTube about how it's all been done. So transparency and openness is one of the important directions, and is something that is going to be important in the future as well. And all of the other programs, like for example, preserving the being environmental friendly, working on the preservation of the value of all of the resources, and all of the other, that is something that is going to stay with us as well. That's what I think. And I also wanted to add that except for all of the programs that have been around the sustainable development and traceability, the sustainable development, transparency, we're going to also have these programs that are we're going to have these international companies as well. We're going to have these additional directions. For example, the carbon neutrality. So those agendas as well, that's going to be important for the organic producers as well. This is going to be important. The organic producers, there's going to be on the top of this pyramid, because there's going to there will going to be a demand for them to meet the main trends on, for example, the good usage of land, of air, of all of the other resources as well. So I do believe that right now, for all of the people who are dealing with organic businesses, they need to consider this project as well. Maybe in partnership and in collaboration with the biggest companies, like for example, with the Mondelez, with Nestle. So if they already have this, you have these programs as well. If you're collaborating with them, they're your clients as the producers of their commodities as well. I do believe it's going to be important moment overall. The second moment, that through the years, we're going to have even a better tie between the producers and the suppliers of the product. There's going to be a closer collaboration. Why? Because the final result will definitely depend on how all of these steps in this chain are going to meet the organic philosophy ideas. I agree to what Victoria has said, that we're going to have a broader understanding of what organic product is about. So we're going to have some additional, more, let us say, niche understanding of what it is. So we're going to have a niche certificate. So there's going to be the different classes of products, and we're going to have more requirements and more demands towards these products. Why? Because there's going to be a different culture, the food culture overall. And I do believe that the whole convention, the whole conventional products, well, like at least most of it, the whole conventional products, they're going to turn into the organic products, but the conventional products are not going to be that, they're not going to be that profitable anymore. And we're going to have these artificial products that are going to be used for the feeding of the billions of the people. Maybe that will be like that. Well, you have reminded me about this connections between the producers and the processors, and with those who grow. So for us, as for the processors, I wanted to mention that, for example, speaking about the companies, so we have had the collaboration with with Arnica. We're trying to work with Alex Agro. We're trying to find final conversation as well. Maybe the Ukr Olia as well. Maybe we'll work with them as well. Speaking about the organic land owning and organic processing, those are important factors for today. And we do believe that those people who would like to join, they can, and this is something that you have to do. But we have to understand that it's a harsh process. This is a process that costs a lot and that requires a lot of knowledge, and it costs a lot of money as well. But understanding the current realities, we can say that the state is trying hard as well and providing a lot of efforts to provide the support that is needed for the companies that really would like to work with these businesses, with these ideas. And that is definitely going to be the good impulse, the good beginning for their activity. And that will work out fine if it's going to be the good, if you're going to have the good people, good team, and the one that are going to be developing and want to develop, that will all work out. And when the war is over in our country, and we do hope that it will be as soon as possible, with the help of our military forces and with the help of all of the people in Ukraine, we will see the final result then, of course. Thank you. I would like to add up on the social standards a little bit, because just recently we've had now the inquiry from one of our clients, and they've asked us when we're going to update our certificate, our SADC certificate on the social standards in our platform, and we've also raised this question for ourselves. And we haven't arranged it like how we're going to be do that once in 5 years or for 3 years. We don't have the regulation that would require that. And we didn't have the specific period approved for that, but we've made a research with our clients, and we have outlined pro and cons of all of our ideas, what we have in our country, what we have in our reality overall. So what we can do, and how we can also work with the IETPs due to the war. There are a lot of ideas that we're taking into work and into consideration. And we are providing, for example, the food supply for our employees already for 4 years already. We have all of the clothes provided for the production lines as well. So we have the social standards that we're keeping up to during our production as well. And we have quite high requirements for ourselves. And we have outlined that once in 3 years, we're going to have this inspections provided for our enterprise. This is speaking about the social standards that we're following. And speaking about the development of the organic products in 5 or 10 years, I'm actually a realist more, and I do not know how to build the serious forecast about, because right now we're on the war and we had lots of impact of inflation, and we still haven't gone through the main outcomes of the COVID-19, and there's a lot of partners that we're still dealing with. So we have to see how it will work out when the war will end. And even in Europe and in the West, the whole demand for the organic products is not activated that fast, unfortunately. So right now, if it's just about the 10% to the traditional conventional products, so I don't know whether the growth will be higher than 10%. But especially in connection with the conventional products overall. But it all depends on the people who's going to be running this, who's going to be doing this overall. So we need to create a promotion for the healthy life and for the organic products. Yes, this would be the thing that I wanted to end up our panel discussion with, because I know that we can speak together for a longest period of time because we first of time we're offline. But what it is lacking, so we need to talk more about the organics, but what is lacking for the Ukrainian market, for exporters, maybe some tools from associations, from state, from partners, very, very briefly, what it is that you lack for you to feel yourself in full power. I'm not mentioning the conditions that we're currently in. Speaking about the full support, so we do see that there is quite good support that has been provided, and I'm sure that the next support is going to be improved as well. We just hope it will continue. And what was else? Like that was the main I've forgotten what was the main idea. Speaking on the for us, I cannot voice out this right now because basically we're still thinking about that, and we're still finalizing this idea. But of course, if we're going to see that we have all of the contacts, if we have all of the information that we might use, then of course we're going to be working together. We're going to be doing everything that is in our power to make the organics better. Just briefly. Yes, I can add up to briefly as well. So I do believe that it would be very important so that the state would support the non-organic farmers and conventional farmers to turn into organic farmers. That's very important for us as the processor, because that would change the overall market dynamics, and it will give us more opportunities for the development of the exports as well. So another thing that I wanted to mention, speaking about our domestic market, what we need to do is to build this conscious understanding towards the organic products, and we need to promote them from the very early stage, from kindergarten to school, so that those products would be the part of our everyday life. And of course, we would like to see more support from the states or institutions or the public institutions for the development of the exports market, so that we would stand up as one in a broader front, so we could represent our products as well, and maybe we will have this kind of a package offer, and we will be able to work with the international retail. That would have been very interesting, because it's really hard with just one product or with just one category to keep it moving on and to conduct some kind of negotiations. To have a joint position would have been very interesting. Yes, I think that we can speak a longer time of what it is that we're lacking, but I think that I would like to outline the most global moments in this case. For us, as for the company that is export oriented, the one thing that we're lacking is so that our country would be finally identified as the European country, so that we will not be identified as the third world country, so that we will not follow the regulations outlined for the third world country. Because through the years of the organic businesses in Ukraine, the companies have grown. We have very good image. We have very good reputation in the world. They know their clients know them. And this should be the image that should be following our organic cases. We really want to see more success cases. Want to, we know that we will be able to reach the retailers better, and we will be able to reach any kind of our customers better, because right now, unfortunately, we see this trend that the European products that has been grown in Austria, that is incredibly cool, and there is like a better soy than yes, but we're not going to be buying that from Ukraine, even though it's just the very same good quality soy as well. So we really want to see that changed, first of all. Yes, the first thing that I wanted to say that would be good if that Ukrainian or organic would be on the same level of the European organics as well, so that we would have our impact and inputs for the European market as well. It would be very good if we would be also presented in Europe, and they would be presented, the products would be presented in Ukraine as well. We really would like to see Ukraine not just being a raw commodity base. We really would like to see Ukraine presented by the processed products as well inside of Ukraine. We really would like to see Ukraine nicely represented in the retail chains, to help with better advertising, I guess. And what would really help as well is for the promotion, not only in the European country, but all over the world, the support for the promotion as well. Well, the pricing policy of the organic products, that's something that impacts the possibility to buy it and sell it. So we need to have the competitive prices as well. We have to understand that has to be the competitive prices for the conventional products as well. For example, when we're speaking about dairy, for example, for butter or milk, then I prefer buying the organic products because there's not a huge differences in prices for these products. And I do believe that I'm making the right choice with that. But speaking, for example, for the local developments and developing the local ideas. So we need to promote the consumptions of the organic products, maybe through schools or kindergartens, and to also educate our children about it. There's no other way how we can do that. And the economy has to grow in Ukraine, so we will actually improve the buying capability of our people as well, so they could buy the organic products. Yes, thank you very much for this discussion. Do we have any comments? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anastasia. My name is Alexander Alexandrovich. I am from the Ministry of the External Affairs, and are actually studying the international experience and the economy transformation. First of all, I would like to thank Olena and the team for organizing the Congress, and really wanted to also thank Marina, my colleague, for your presentation as well. Anastasia has mentioned, well, Anastasia has asked this question for all of the participants of this panel, what was the future for the organic farming and how should we get prepared to that? So understanding that and having this experience of how the agriculture and organic agriculture has been working all over the world. And I do understand that the organic farming has a lot of future. Right now in the UN system, there is this concept of the One Health approach, the one that believes that there is an interconnectedness between the health of our planet, the animals, and the people. The FAO uses this approach, and the WHO uses this approach as well. The concept believes that we're talking about the microbiota in the soil. So we're talking about the living microorganisms that are introduced that can be seen in the soils, and the microbiotas, microorganisms that can be found in the body of people, and they are interconnected. As I've been said in the FAO office here in Kyiv, last year there has been a big research of this organization that includes more than 2,000 individual research from all over the world about how it is important for us to have the healthy microorganisms in the soils, because this influence the overall health of people overall. And we can know that this kind of microorganism can be developed in the soils only when we're using the no plowing approach. So this no-till and organic approach is the new approach that we have to build our agriculture in the future. We have to build our reforms with that as well. So in the framework of the WHO and in the framework of the European Union, there are the first documents about the connection between those microorganisms in the soils and for the human health. The next moment as well is about the climate change in hydrology and microbiology. When we are talking about, maybe not all are aware that basically the worst greenhouse gas is not methane or the CO2, but it's actually just the water steam. And in order to take it away from the atmosphere, we just have to keep it and trap it into the soils. But the soils, the healthy soils with a healthy microorganism, they can actually preserve this water stream in the soils. So we're talking about the organic farming not only as something that will improve the human health, not only as something that is going to help us to preserve our ecology and to help us to regenerate our soils, but this is something that will help us to prevent the climate change. Speaking on the international collaboration, if we're speaking about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and what you're doing as the exporters, then we do understand that we have to have the priority for the countries of the European Union. It's not just the bilateral collaboration with Germany, Switzerland. We need to also consider Austria, France, Italy. And right now we understand that we have a more, like right now, the 26% of the lands are being covered with organic in Austria. In European Union, they would like to have 25% in the European Union, but Liechtenstein has 90%, but it's a very small country. But we know that this is a trend of turning into organic farming. There is the strategy for the European Union, and it means that for the second quarter of year 2023, there has to be approved the legislation of the healthy soils in the EU. That's something that we will not avoid. That's something that we're going to be also discussing in the negotiations further on. Why do I mention that? Except for the individual contacts with the European Union countries, we also should talk with the delegation of the European Union here in Kiev, because we know that in our joint policy there is this two pillars overall. So the first pillar presupposes that there is the additional dotation and subsidies for the European farmers. If we're talking about other these organic or non-organic support, but pillar two, that this is the idea that they're only starting to use right now, and it's going to be used for Ukraine as well, is actually having your farms without any kind of harm for the environment. And that means that we're going to switch to organic. And the final thing is also that Department of Agriculture for the US has 2 years ago outlined, it has officially outlined at their webpage, that the most important thing is not about the harvest and yield, but about nutrition value. That is very important because our main strategical partners who are helping us to win the war, but who's going to be also collaborating with us further on when we're going to be recovering our country, we need to have the same vision and the same understanding that is needed for us as well, for us to be able to reform our agriculture. I'm sorry for taking that much time, but the final thing that I wanted to say, that's not that much about the international collaboration, but I also wanted to mention, to get it into the attention to the Institute of the Soil Research that is located in Kharkiv. And with Professor Wolkerhorn, I'm going to share that you can just make a photo of this first prize and you can just find it in Google easily. What more I mean under this soil research? In this research of 2015 that has been conducted for 5 years, our researchers say that the organic agriculture is not only to improve our health and support the environment, but also is the most profitable. In percentage comparisons, it's better than all of the kind of the chemical usage. And I just maybe use not just the conventional agriculture or traditional agriculture, but chemical agriculture. And you can ask our grannies, that's traditional is organic. And the funny kind of thing, when I was the head of procurement for the Ministry of Ministry of Defense, if I was that person, and I would prioritize procuring the organic products for our warriors, for our military men in the front line. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Do you have any comments or questions? Yes, okay, let us then get it into the private conversation. Yes, I'm sorry, because yes, we're really out of time. We're really out of time. So thank you very much for the very important comment from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So thank you very much for that comment as well. Yes, thank you very much. We're really grateful to our speakers, to all of the companies, to our exporters, to our pride, to the reputation of the organic products of Ukraine. Thank you very much. So what we're doing right now, we're doing a break just for 15 minutes. So you can just step outside of this room and please be back. So the panel with this announcement panel that we have in our program, we're going to switch it from 5 to 6 o'clock. We do have some free time there. We right now have two discussive panels. The one is about the challenges for the agriculture overall. That's a very important and valuable discussion. And the second one is about the soils, the health soils. And you have now heard that the health of people is depending on the health of soils. And we will then have the free mic and we will be able to discuss all of the important moments, like all of the things that are important for you with no limitations. The most important thing is for us to find the time. So there are 15 minutes just for us to get some air.